Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Well, good evening, members. Welcome to this evening's meetings of full council. We begin with an extraordinary meeting to discuss a motion submitted in respect of the honorary freemanship granted to Prince Andrew, Duke of York. After this, we will take a short break for a few minutes and then move on to our ordinary meeting this evening. As usual, our meetings are webcast, so residents and others will have the opportunity to see this both live and see the recordings on demand later. With regard to the venue, well, I'm pleased that we're no longer required to wear a face covering when moving around communal areas, but please feel free to wear a face covering if you wish to do so. In the very unlikely event of an emergency requiring us to evacuate, please follow instructions from the security staff who are present this evening. I'll remind everyone at this point to behave respectfully, appropriately, in order that we have a good, productive debate tonight, and in order that as many members as possible are given the opportunity to contribute. So first of all, apologies. I have received a number of apologies. First, can I say from Councillor Mason, who will be joining us, but had to deal with an emergency this evening. He'll be with us as soon as he can. But also for both meetings from Councillors Doughty, Galvin, Norman and Wan, from Councillors Baker and Barker for the extraordinary meeting only. Are there any further apologies to report? Councillor Kilbane?
There you go, we got it. Mark missed it, Lord Mayor. Did you mention Councillor Barnes?
Councillor Barnes, no, I didn't. Apologies from Councillor Barnes, thank you. Mobile phones, can I remind members and officers to turn mobile phones to silent or mute, or any other electronic equipment for the duration of the council meetings. Thank you. Can I remind everyone, as usual, to speak clearly during debate, to use the microphones, and please remember to switch off the microphones after speaking, as the system will only allow myself and up to 3 others to be registered at any one time. If you wish to speak, please indicate by raising a hand, and I will call upon you to speak at the appropriate time. Now that we're not required to take quite the precautions and certainly not wearing masks, I'll resort to the usual arrangement that we would normally stand when speaking to council. Of course, there may be some for whom that is difficult, and we fully appreciate that and respect that. So I move on with the business of our first meeting, which is the extraordinary meeting of council. First, I'm going to ask if there are any who have any declarations of interest, disclosable pecuniary interest, or other registrable interests in the business to be discussed at this extraordinary meeting, to declare your interest now, if you've not already done so in advance, on the register of interests. I don't see anyone indicating. So we now come to public participation, and I will introduce our 2 speakers in just a moment. I will remind them and remind ourselves of the Council Procedure Rules 14.7 that anything which is defamatory or discriminatory anything which might be described as a personal attack or anyone who might disclose confidential or exempt information or personal information. That would not be appropriate in this public participation section. But each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address us in relation to the specific business on the agenda for this meeting, namely the motion to withdraw the honorary freemanship from His Royal Highness the Duke of York. So I now call on our first registered public speaker, Gwen Swinburne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can you hear me? Thank you. Lord Mayor, I will be brief. This motion could not have been any weaker. Mr. Andrew Windsor is an utter disgrace. He brings shame and reputational damage everywhere he goes, including to our city. The motion to withdraw his status goes nowhere near far enough. He needs to be declared persona non grata in York. You need to be starting whatever process is needed to remove his Duke title. You need to instruct staff and agree with members to never use that title in any context. You need to instruct staff to never invite him to any event, ever. As we all know, he loves his horse racing, so please agree to write to the racecourse asking he never be invited here. Further, please ensure in perpetuity that if he ever needs to be referred to by this authority, his name Andrew Windsor be used, no other title. Lord Mayor, that man casts a long shadow and our Queen has removed almost all titles and responsibilities except dukedom, which stains this city. We need to do more than the easy bit, which is to remove his freedom. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your comments have been noted. I call on our second speaker, Francis Richard Connolly. Again, no more than 3 minutes.
So I'm aware of that. Can you hear me okay, everybody?
Do go ahead.
Okay. I'm sure that everyone here agrees that no one is above the law, yes? And yet Prince Andrew has been able to buy his way out of the worst crime imaginable, the sexual harm of a child. And merely stripping him of a title isn't going to change anything. Prince Andrew could be having sex with a little girl right now, just in contempt of you. He is laughing at all of you. I've been bringing this up with Rachel Maskell in recent weeks, and she keeps on insisting his child sex abuse must remain an allegation and nothing more, even though the whole world is saying he's had 2 whole years to go into court and prove his innocence and chosen not to. Instead, having previously used his royal privilege to weasel out of the criminal charge of child rape, he used taxpayers' money to pay off his civil sex case. No grown-up could interpret this as anything other than an admission of guilt. And if I am wrong, why are we all gathered here? It is therefore our shared moral responsibility to change the situation if we want to go on believing that we are a decent community. And it isn't just for the sake of protecting our children that we need to do this. It has become perfectly clear to all intelligent people that our pedophile ruling class, of which Prince Andrew is a part, are corrupting every aspect of our Western political system. Having been influenced by my own work, hordes of people argued that Brexit was created purely to distract from the Jimmy Savile scandal. Just days after Prince Andrew embarrassed himself with his Emily Maitlis interview, the pandemic conveniently began, and the moment MPs started asking where he got the money from to pay off Virginia Roberts, Ukraine started. I have explained to Rachel Maskell that all well-informed people have been laughing at the notion that there's anything real about the Ukraine invasion, since the media tried to pretend that a clip from Star Wars was a crashed Russian bomber. She has told me that Ukraine must be real, just because her political associates say it is. So whilst I hugely endorse the proposal to strip the Duke of York of his title, I am hoping that we who are gathered here tonight might use this historic occasion to try to give the world what the world really wants by finding a way to force Prince Andrew to testify before a judge and by this means discover the identity of his pedophile friends and Ghislaine Maxwell's best customers. I want to propose that York City Council as a body brings a judicial review against the Crown and the government for running what is quite obviously a sexual blackmail operation which uses young children as bait in honey traps. And this would have to begin with the rescinding of all royal privilege. Partygate has proven that the Prime Minister is a career criminal, just like Prince Andrew. So one imagines this initiative would have overwhelming public support. And as I am personally now regarded as the most trusted intellectual in the world, I am hopeful that YCC might wish to involve me professionally in this desperately needed enterprise. No man on earth understands this business better than I do. And unless we fundamentally change this corrupt system, the mainstream media will just keep inventing crisis after crisis after crisis in order to cover up the child sex abuse which Prince Andrew has been perpetrating. Am I allowed to take any questions if anybody has any?
No, thank you. You've had your time.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Smalley to move the motion on the agenda for this meeting, and that is namely relating to the removal of Prince Andrew's honorary freedom of the City of York.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As all those in this room will know, the honorary freedom of our city is a special title and an honour we bestow on those who represent the very best of York. It is a title held by a host of honourable names. Only in December 2020 did we grant this honour to two excellent ambassadors of our city. It is a title one must carry with pride and with responsibility. But Council, today I am urging you to all take a clear stand and vote to remove this honour for the first time in our city's history. Earlier this year, Prince Andrew was stripped of his military roles and royal patronages by the Queen. Today, I believe we must follow Her Majesty's example and vote to remove the honorary freedom from Prince Andrew. York's unique connection to the Crown and to the monarch is and will remain an important part of our city's legacy and history. However, the allegations levelled at Prince Andrew, as well as his associations with convicted abusers, are incredibly serious and cannot be ignored. We have previously debated at length our commitment as a council and a city to stand with victims of sexual abuse and work to end violence against women and girls. As such, we believe it is inappropriate for Prince Andrew to retain his ambassadorial title that is so intrinsically linked to our great city. And finally, Lord Mayor, the next logical step would be for Prince Andrew to do the right thing and relinquish his title of Duke of York. If he fails to do so, Buckingham Palace and the government must step in to remove his title to finally end Prince Andrew's connection to York. I urge all councillors to support the motion before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smalley. May I have a seconder? Thank you. We have a seconder. Councillor Willison's a name hand I saw first, but I do know that Councillor Waters also stood at that point. Councillor Willison.
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now invite debate on the motion. Does any member wish to speak? Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Musson first, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the York Labour Group to outline our support for this motion to remove this title from Prince Andrew. Others speaking on this matter in the press, in their public statements and online have already extensively outlined the reasons why this title should be removed, that it damages the reputation of our city. And while I agree that removing this title is important for that reason, I feel we also need to withdraw the title because we owe it to the people of York, particularly those who have been affected by sexual violence, abuse, or human trafficking. Our first duty is not to our reputation, but to their well-being and protection, and to remove this stain of an association on our city that I'm sure has weighed heavily on their minds, brought them discomfort, and may even have brought up pain and trauma that they've worked hard to move past from. So for not just the reputation of our beautiful city, but the people we have a duty to protect, the Labour Group will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd have been quite happy to second this motion, but As not, I shall certainly be supporting it, as I'm sure would most councillors and the majority of the public of York as well. Whilst it's a purely symbolic act, the removal of the honorary freedom of the City of York status from Prince Andrew does, however, send a very strong signal from this city. It must be stated, though, that Prince Andrew has not been convicted of any offence in a criminal or civil court. We are being asked to support this motion on the basis of, for want of a better term, implied guilt. That being the payment of a huge out-of-court settlement to make an impending court case go away. I'm sure all councillors, given the details of this arrangement in the media, will feel able to make a judgment on this motion. Should this motion be unanimously supported, as it should be, there are, though, consequences for City of York Council and specifically the council leader. If as councillors we accept the principle of implied guilt or presumed guilt, call it what you will, then we must clean house here first. The council leader used public office and public money to pay to the former chief executive, Mary Weasel, to make an industrial
Councillor
tribunal
Waters,
case
this is not
disappear.
relevant to the
The
item we're
Prince
discussing at the
Andrew
moment, Councillor.
situation and that of Council Leader Aspden are very different in context
Councillor
and
Waters,
scale,
this is not
but
relevant.
exactly the same in terms of implied guilt. By
Councillor
all means,
Waters, will you
support
please stop?
tonight's motion and the actions it will lead to.
Councillor
but
Waters, please
realise
return to
that
the item we are
council leader's
discussing.
position is then rendered untenable. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
When I ask a member to stop, I expect them to do so. And please, we should be addressing the item concerning us at the moment, not any other issues. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Conservative Group, I rise to indicate that we will be supporting this motion as you would expect us to do so. I won't repeat what's been said by colleagues in the chamber. However, what I would do is emphasise the fact that Prince Andrew hasn't been mentioned, being convicted in a criminal court. However, the huge payment that was made as an out-of-court settlement can be interpreted by many as making the issue go away. I would want to challenge the council that the title of Freeman of the City, Honorary Freeman of the City, is a title that goes back many, many years, and many people who have received that have worked tirelessly for this wonderful city of York. And I would just like to challenge the council and the executive member that we look into a way to ensure that nobody receives a Freeman of the City award as a result of a right of birth or a standing in the community, other than that they have given to the community. And can I also ask that in future, any Freeman of the City awards that are made, I appreciate that full council have to approve it, but can I just ask that a subcommittee, an awards subcommittee, is put together to look at the possibility of offering awards so that we have a real understanding of why someone is being given an award and the relevance of that award and the work an individual has done. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Taylor.
David Taylor, if you don't mind, Lord Mayor. I'm content to support this motion, as I think it's been very carefully worded to avoid making any lurid allegations, which it would be difficult, if not impossible, to substantiate. However, I do subscribe strongly to the view that the Duke of York has shown a dreadful lack of judgment in his friendships with Jeffrey Epstein and Helene Maxwell. It would be preferable, as Darrell Smalley has said, if his association with the City of York was to end. My personal hope that in the future, the monarch might appoint the Princess Beatrice to be Duchess of York. In contrast to her father, she is personable, intelligent, and does her homework or reads her briefing paper when visiting the City of York. Such a decision, of course, lies with the monarch and not with the City of York Council. I thank Darrell for bringing forward this considered motion before Council.
Thank you. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very brief, but I would like to add that the Green Group also very much supports this motion. As others have said, it's entirely inappropriate that Duke Andrew should retain the freedom of our city. It's entirely inconsistent with what we stand for as a city. So, and I would also agree that we would also like to see the palace or the government take action to remove the title of the Duke of York, but that isn't in our remit to do tonight. But very much we support this motion.
Thank you. The only other hand I've seen is Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to say that irrespective of my personal views on this, I've been advised that as Lord Mayor-elect, I should not participate in this debate and I shall be abstaining on the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smalley, do you wish to reply? No. So in the interests of absolute clarity, I will now take a name vote on the motion. When your name is called, please indicate whether you're voting for or against the recommendation or indeed abstaining.
Thank you, councillors. Starting first with Councillor Aspden.
For.
Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Carr, abstaining. Councillor Craghill. For. Councillor Crawshaw. For. Councillor Cuthbertson. Councillor de Gorne.
For.
Councillor Daubonnet. Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. For. Councillor Heaton.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Hook.
For.
Councillor Hunter.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Looker. Councillor Mason.
For.
He was, is he? Yeah. Councillor Melly. For. Councillor Musson. For. Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Pavlovic. For. Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Perrott. For. Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman. For. Councillor Smalley.
For.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
For.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
For.
Councillor Vassey.
For.
Councillor Waller. Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Wardby. For. Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wells.
For.
Councillor Widdowson.
For.
Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
There's two abstentions, Lord Mayor. That's unanimously carried.
The result is the motion is unanimously carried with just 2 abstentions. So the motion is therefore carried. Thank you. This concludes the business of the extraordinary meeting. As the full meeting of council, which is to follow, is timed to begin at 6:45, we'll take a break and begin promptly at 6:45. Thank you very much. Council this evening. Again, I remind members that the guillotine will fall 3 hours and 40 minutes after the start of this main meeting. I intend to have a break tonight during the main meeting, approximately 90 minutes or so into our business, and we'll break for about 15 minutes. I would also state that I intend to vary the order of business on the agenda in order to bring forward agenda items 11, 12, and 13, namely the review of the Constitution, the recommendations of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee, and the pay policy statement, in order that we deal with them before the notices of motion at item 8. In order to help us get through the considerable amount of business effectively this evening, I'd be grateful if we could keep the meeting focused to the point and keep on track. So declarations of interest, again, I need to ask all members who have a disclosable pecuniary interest or other registerable interest in the business to be discussed this evening, declare your interest now, if you've not already done so, in advance on the register of interests. I don't see any hands, therefore, oh, there are. Thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a pecuniary interest in agenda item 12, so I won't participate in the debate or vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also told that I need to record apologies. Of course, we did that at the beginning of the previous meeting, but I will iterate that councillors Barnes, Galvin, Norman, and Wan have given apologies for this meeting. Thank you.
And Councillor Doughty.
And Councillor Doughty, thank you. Not sure why I missed that. We come to the public participation session for this meeting. No, we don't. We have approval of minutes. Do I have members' approval to sign the minutes of the Budget Council meeting held on 17th of February 2022? I think we do. Thank you. And with that, we come to item 3, civic announcements. It's with sadness that I record the death of June Vaughan, former councillor, serving until 2003, and who served as Lady Mayoress in the municipal year 1999 to 2000 alongside her husband Peter. I think it's appropriate, as we do on such occasions, that we stand and observe a minute's silence. Please stand if you're able to do so. Thank you, members. I'm pleased to say that we can now look forward to the reopening of the Gill Hall, where this year's annual meeting will be held. And I hope our return to council meetings in the council chamber, which will feel very cozy after the experience of our time here at the racecourse, and of course the many meetings that we had in the Citadel on Gillygate. It seems an awful long time since we were in the rather cozier context of our council chamber. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all those who've been working hard to make our meetings elsewhere possible. Certainly, thanks to all those here at York Racecourse, those who've made our meetings here run so smoothly. Again, I thank the technical team. Without them, well, where would we be? I also thank those who hosted us and made us so welcome at the Citadel, and I'd like some way in which we can just record our thanks there. But with our annual council meeting on the 26th of May, we will be in the Guildhall. We do now come to public participation for this session of the meeting. We have 9 speakers who have registered to participate and 1 who will join remotely via Zoom link. I'm going to just vary the order because the 1 speaker by remote link is Rachel Maskell. She's involved with business in the Houses of Parliament, and partly because of that, and also just in case there should be any technical issues, I'd rather be dealing with them whilst we've got time through this section of the meeting rather than wait until towards the end of public participation and risk having problems at that stage. So I'm varying the order for that reason. Each speaker, after speaking, will be asked to leave our Zoom call before I introduce the next speaker. Speakers, of course, cannot participate any further in the business of the meeting, but are welcome to continue watching via the live webcast. So I call upon our first speaker, Rachel Maskell. 3 minutes, and I understand that you'd like to address council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the light that dentistry falls fully under the jurisdiction of Parliament and will continue to do so after the statutory formation of integrated care systems from July 2022, I want to highlight the work that has been undertaken in Parliament to address the dental crisis in York. This is an issue that I have been working extensively on for some time and met with the Minister recently, who has the responsibility for dental services. There are a number of reasons why dentistry from the NHS has insufficient capacity, which has only worsened due to the pandemic. Firstly, the dental contract does not deliver units of dental activity at cost, and therefore dentists working under the contract do so at a loss. This disincentive has caused contracts to be handed back to NHS England, the commissioning body. High premises costs makes this situation more acute in York. Negotiations with the BDA are now underway on a new dental contract. Secondly, many dentists are concerned that the contract focuses on treatment and not a preventative model. Dentists want to support measures to improve oral health. After much work, which I and other colleagues have undertaken, government will introduce fluoridisation of the water supply and are considering introducing a schools supervised toothbrushing programme. Thirdly, a third of dentists in practice have qualified overseas. During the pandemic, the overseas registration exam did not take place. There are currently 700 dentists waiting to undertake the exam, and I have contributed to the consultation to expedite this process. However, with overseas recruitment at such a high level, I have urged government to commission more dental training places in the UK, and I am in discussions with the University of York and its medical school to see if York could establish a dental school jointly with Hull. Where there is dental training, there will be far better recruitment and retention of dentists to the area. In the interim, I have made a formal request to government for York to become a centre for dental development. The Minister has responded warmly, and I'm engaging in further discussions. People will know that I've also called for a more fundamental change in dentistry. Oral health should not be segregated from our wider health, not least as dentists are often the first to identify oral cancers and other disease-related diagnoses. I've called for our dental services to be placed back into the body of the NHS. Through engaging with residents in York, I urge people to sign my petition available on my website calling for change, which I will present to Parliament and the Minister. I will continue to liaise with the NHS dental community in York and thank them for their extraordinary efforts over this very difficult time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now call on our next speaker, Gwen Swinburne, who'd like to speak on general governance issues in the council, including the Constitution.
Thank you again, Lord Mayor. The farrago that led to the 1 hour notice of cancellation of the last council meeting is entirely reflective of the contempt for democracy exhibited by this administration. In plain sight, political self-interest, actively facilitated by supposedly neutral statutory officers, trumped proper democratic process and the law. This, as many other decisions related to council meetings on your watch, Lord Mayor, was not politically neutral, but politically convenient. As you say, you are responsible, so you are accountable. You had no rights to do anything other than hold the March council meeting in person. As usual, no legal statement has been furnished to justify what is an unacceptable, unlawful decision. When you are in a finely balanced council, you sometimes won't get your way. Cancelling a meeting at 1 hour's notice because you haven't got your numbers is not democracy. This is very badly done, and together with many other issues this last year, the democratic accountability and transparency overseen by your party and your appointed statutory officers are more than wanting. This will be the subject of a formal objection to the external auditors, as open manipulation of our democracy has to be exposed. Next, shame on this administration for not consulting us on the draft constitution. But worse still, shame on the opposition-led audit and scrutiny functions for their complete inadequacy in not consulting also. We will reap what you all have sown these coming years. Finally, Lord Mayor, having worked in post-conflict developing and transition economies, I would very much prefer a more considered approach to the city twinning in Ukraine. Most cities in Ukraine our size do not have Western twins. The large Western city of Lviv already has a British twin. Why don't we work with the LGA on a proper matching programme so cities, especially in the East, in more need and our size, can be diligently matched, including with us? That would be the proper way. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call on our next speaker, Kate Ravillius, who'd like to speak on item 5 in relation to the petition about the proposed multi-storey car park on St George's Field. Thank you.
It's really depressing to be coming to this council meeting just over 3 years after the council committed to become a carbon neutral city by 2030 to try and persuade you not to build a multi-storey car park in the city centre. The public haven't been given an opportunity to say what they think about a multi-storey car park being built on St George's Field. The My Castle Gateway consultation allowed us to comment, but we were not able to question the principle of whether the car park should be built in this location. So the petition that's being presented today by Councillor Kilbane is the first opportunity that the public have had to express their view, and it indicates that there isn't strong public support for this project. There are lots of reasons not to be building a multi-storey car park on St George's Field, but I'm going to focus on the business case and the need for a citywide transport strategy. A number of us have been raising concerns about this project for well over a year now. In January this year, we sent our independent financial assessment to senior council officers and the executive. We calculated that even under a best case scenario, this car park will take over 40 years to pay for itself, and that there's a good chance it will never do so. The escalating cost of raw materials and inflation will likely have already increased the price tag beyond 14 million, And along with rising interest rates, this project is likely to be a significantly higher financial risk, making the business case irresponsible at best. So it was reassuring when Councillor de Gorn and the York Green Group recently declared that the project should be scrapped on the basis of a business case presented to the executive in February, which demonstrated this couldn't be a responsible way to spend public money. Why hasn't this business case been made public? City centre businesses are understandably concerned about the loss of car parking if Castle Car Park is closed. But before the council spend vast sums of public money on replacement car parking, we need to see the data to understand the current parking demand. And crucially, we need a local transport plan in place to ensure that all major transport decisions tie together in a citywide transport strategy. We need this clarity before the planning application for the Castle Public Realm is considered. Today, I'm asking you to make the business case for St George's Field car park public and to hold off from making any major decisions about car parking until the city has a local transport plan in place. Last night, veteran retailer and high street campaigner Bill Grimsey inspired many citizens here with a bold vision for York and recognised the potential for York's riverside to be a green space that lifts local communities and attracts tourists to York. If you missed his talk, I'd strongly recommend catching it on YouTube. And in the meantime, I'll leave you with his words.
Thank you.
You'd be bonkers to build a multi-storey car park on that site.
Thank you. Thanks. Your comments have been noted and will be taken into account when the matter is dealt with. And I call on our third speaker, Lynette Mills, who'd also like to speak on St George's Field petition.
Good evening, councillors. I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of the New Walk. In the 18th century, York reinvented itself as a fashionable centre for the local gentry. One of its greatest attractions was the New Walk, starting from Ouse Bridge to Skeldergate Bridge. It proved to be so popular that in 1738 it was extended to be the walk it is today. The New Walk was a place where one could stroll along the banks of the River Ouse, take in the air, meet friends, just as one can today, be it local or a visitor to this beautiful city. Just recently, during our campaign against this proposed development, I was telling visitors and locals that as they walk along the New Walk, they are walking with the Georgians. It seemed to resonate with many and made them even keener not to have a multi-storey car park built. Friends of the New Walk, a volunteer group, has as their aim to maintain and keep the New Walk lovely, making it a wonderful place for many. So the Georgian idea still carries on for now. The area that is now St George's Car Park was once leased by the Knights Templar, where they built a chapel. After the suppression of the Knights Templar, the land and chapel were passed to the Crown, used by locals, and later on in 1382, the chapel passed to the Guild of St George. The chapel at some point was demolished and the area turned into the car park that is there today. There's always been conflict about the area known as St George's Field. For many years, the citizens of York have viewed it as a place of recreation and a common land. In fact, in 1835, York Strays and St George's Field were awarded under the Municipal Reform Act to the mayor and the commonalty of York, and St George's Field was classed as a town field. At that time, it incorporated Tower Gardens, making it one town field, only later on divided by the building of Skeldergate Bridge. There is so much more to St George's Field than just a car park. This area is filled with history. Wouldn't it be wonderful then to embrace the Georgian idea of idyllic river walks and develop St George's Field into a lovely park between two rivers, a park that could marry up Castlegate and Rowntree's Park, making it a magnificent place to walk and cycle. Therefore, with all the environmental issues we face today and the wish to encourage more cycling and walking is incompatible with these aims that the council is proposing to build a multi-storey car park, and it is at odds that the council is willing to spend 250,000 as a starting bid to the World Heritage status. The council needs to think out of the box with regards to this whole area, and they should not be led by the few to the detriment of the many. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are noted, will be taken into account. I call on our next speaker, Peter Mills.
Lord Mayor, councillors, I took part in the recent petitioning campaign against the St George's Field, excuse me, multi-storey car park. I talked to numerous people strolling along the New Walk, and a surprising number of them said that they had come from out of the city and that they had parked at one of the park and rides facilities. To me, this suggests two things: that a stroll along the New Walk is an integral part of their York experience, and that they would rather park out of the city and take a bus ride in. Further into the conversation, they confirmed that they much prefer relaxing on a ride into the city to driving into the city with the congested traffic and having to search for a parking space, and that they would not like to be walking alongside a multi-storey car park with no view of Clifford's Tower and the castle when approaching the city by the New Walk. Surely then, this is the way forward in the 21st century, to encourage people to leave their cars out of the city and to use park and ride. Those who don't use park and ride at present cite long waiting times for buses, or buses stopping early in the evening, and for those with families, the cost. This is then the nub of the problem, to improve the ride. How do we do this? Well, if more people were to use park and ride, then fewer vehicles would be coming into the city. Congestion and pollution would lessen, and the ride would be quicker. A win-win situation all round. Like a chain reaction, the fewer the cars, the quicker the ride, and the more people using park and ride. A not so futuristic solution to the ride from and back to the park and ride could be by autonomous trams, small, maybe 30-passenger vehicles, leaving on a very regular basis. It's not so futuristic. In fact, Siemens are advanced in testing such a system in the German city of Potsdam. So let's spend money on improving the ride and have a campaign persuading people to use a park and ride, perhaps by having a week now and then when the facilities are free. Once they have used park and ride, few will return to driving into the city centre. Few, of course, except those who believe they have a God-given right to drive from house door to shop door. Building a multi-storey car park is not the way forward in the 21st century.
Could begin to draw to a close.
It will only encourage people to continue driving into the city centre with all the congestion and pollution this implies. Councillors, please rethink this car park. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments are noted, and we move on to our next speaker, Johnny Hayes. Again, Johnny wishes to speak on the St George's Field petition.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to be brief. This evening, we're presenting a petition against the building of the proposed £14.2 million five-storey, multi-storey car park at St George's Field. 1,335 people have signed that petition, and over 80% of those were York residents. The petition had a simple title: Say No to St George's Field multi-storey car park. But the detail of what people were signing was this: we, the undersigned, are asking City of York Council to defer their decision about the St George's Field multi-storey car park until after the local transport plan is finished. We also ask that a clear business case is drawn up for the scheme, including current car parking data from all York City Centre car parks, demonstrating that there is a sound financial case for this investment. Making a decision without the financial information is, as I have said before, like putting the cart before the horse. There isn't a business case having been made so far for this. And giving you some basic statistics, at the moment, St George's Field has 260 parking bays. If the multi-storey car park was built, that would increase it to 372. The cost per bay will be approximately £120,000 per bay. I ask the council to follow the demands of this petition, if at all possible, and defer until after we have sufficient data to make an adequate decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comments are noted. Next speaker, Paul Wordsworth, like to speak on the first motion at item 8, namely York stands with Ukraine.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In February of this year, there were around 50 people who were with a Ukraine background living and settled in York. In the 5 weeks since the launch of the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the Ukraine Family Reunited schemes launched by the government, another 60 people have now arrived from Ukraine as with refugee status. They are mainly women and children. Men are not leaving Ukraine because under martial law, they remain behind to serve or assist in the defense of Ukraine. Approximately 19 women, 39 children, and 2 elderly men have come, and more will be arriving this week. The work of York City of Sanctuary in co-partnership with the City Council is that we have set up a register of interest from potential sponsors and hosts here in York. We ask them to register nationally and register also with us. We're then matching them with people from Ukraine. So there is a process of selection and looking at the accommodation provided and making sure that it is the right accommodation in the right place with the right people, because that was not in the original scheme. And that was very much of a default there. We are coordinating with Ukrainian people in the city and beyond. We have set up a WhatsApp site for Ukrainians to be in touch with us, and we are assisting the process of visa applications, and a great deal of help and guidance is needed for that, since it's a 49-page document in English and quite complex to work your way through. So we're helping in all those directions, and we're giving ongoing support for sponsors via phone, email, website, and social media. We're working with all of the City Council departments to enable the coordination of people when they arrive, particularly with homes, with schools, with the need for them to be assisted in other directions to the particular departments. And I want to commend the officers and the staff of City of York Council with whom we've been working for the work that they've put in to help assist and to enable those coming to this city to receive the welcome that they deserve in a place which calls itself a city of sanctuary. We shall go on welcoming and receiving and assisting those who come here. And I want to ask you to add your proof to the what we're doing tonight by agreeing to the motion which is to be put to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And can I take the opportunity to thank the work of City of Sanctuary? I call on our next speaker. The next speaker, Laura Cox, would like to speak on the second motion at item 8, namely end fuel poverty in York. Laura.
This is a big room. Wow. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for your time. My name is Laura, and I am going to speak to motion 2, ending fuel poverty in York. As a member of Extinction Rebellion York, I was very worried when I read the words by 2030. I was reminded of the council's promise to create a climate action plan in March 2019 within 6 months. That plan was to make York carbon neutral by 2030. The plan alone took 3 years. So why has the council chosen 2030 as the year to aim to end fuel poverty? This is too far away. People are struggling now. How will the council improve the energy efficiency of council housing? And how will it do the same for housing which is not council owned? Home insulation for low-income households is a brilliant idea, but it's only effective if people know about it. Information in clear, accessible, free formats for everyone is the best first step, and I'm not seeing this. You may have seen a leaflet handed out by XR activists outside of council meetings previously. That leaflet, it showed demands that were decided on at the 2019 People's Assembly held at the library. That leaflet took us days to make. Plans to dual the ring road and build more car parks seem to contradict this motion to end fuel issues. It's believed that this will reduce traffic in York, but more roads equals more cars and more high emission, high fuel, faster car use at that. Instead of expanding roads, please improve bus routes and cycle lanes. Make it so people don't have to drive, to complement properly insulated homes, to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Please work with community organisations to understand the most efficient ways to improve housing. Please prioritise renewable energy and lead by example. You have local experts right on your doorstep, like York Community Energy. Please use them and develop a plan that doesn't take 3 years to agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments have been noted and will be taken into account. Next speaker, Christopher Brace, will be our last speaker this evening. I understand you'd like to speak on the second motion again.
Yes, that's right, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, elected members and officers, the present global energy crisis resulting in fuel poverty for millions is compounded by the appalling inefficiency and inadequacy of our housing stock, and yet another economic crisis. This is resulting in fear and desperation, absolute misery for a growing number of citizens in York and the wider global community. Yet, this is as nothing to the horrors that are unfolding in the present climate emergency. It is already too late now to prevent the various climate catastrophes that will be visited on us and in increasing intensity. All we can do now and must do now is alleviate the ecological disaster that is underway. This places an awful responsibility on all of us and on national and local government and business leaders especially. Three years ago, City of York Council declared a climate emergency and its ambition for York to be a climate neutral city by the year 2030. And then nothing until the very recently published draft climate change strategy. If this was a scheme under almost any other sphere of the local authority's duties and responsibilities, that would be serious enough. But I'm not talking about other non-time critical policies. Having declared the emergency, there appears to have been no sense of urgency in addressing it. The draft policy claims to be ambitious, but it isn't. It falls woefully short of compliance with the 2015 Paris Agreement and even central government's inadequate targets. There is no action plan, no milestones against which progress can be measured. It is at best aspirational and low aspirations at that. I ask, is there a ring-fence budget to protect the strategy? If there isn't, then the plan will be driven off course by unforeseen events. Is there cabinet responsibility and a senior officer appointed with the specific responsibility for driving the plan and ensuring that the milestones are met? The council should be providing leadership in this emergency. The task is tremendous, so let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your comments have been noted and will be taken into account, and that concludes the public participation session of this meeting. Thank you so much. Those who have participated as public speakers, can I thank all of you? You are very welcome to stay through the remainder of this meeting, or of course to leave, but thank you for your contributions. Our next item, item 5, petitions. I've received notice of 2 petitions to be presented at this meeting. Standing orders allow for 1 minute to present a petition to council, so I invite Councillor Kilbane to present the first of these on behalf of residents objecting to the proposed siting of a multi-storey car park on St George's Field.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillors, public participants, residents, YouTube watchers, I have in my hand a piece of history. Not only is this a petition calling for the nonsense that is the multi-storey car park on St George's Field to be scrapped, not only is this a petition signed by 1,335 residents and visitors supporting that, but this is the most successful petition in the history of York City Council, because before we even managed to submit it, the executive member for transport agreed with its aims and told us that it was the multi-storey car park was dead in the water. All that remains is to find out, and he has been asked, whether the executive member for finance agrees with him. So I would like them both, I'd like the executive member to finance to tell us what his views are, and I would like to ask Councillor de Gorn why he voted in favour of this car park.
Thank you,
twice,
Councillor Kilbane.
and how much that cost the residents of York.
Thank you.
I gladly submit this petition on behalf of residents.
Thank you. I now invite Councillor Callum Taylor to present the second petition. This is on behalf of residents seeking speed calming measures on New Lane.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too have a piece of local history in my hands. The residents of New Lane and nearby appreciate the financial pressures faced by the council. However, this is an especially worrying route for road safety. It's a busy residential lane with a range of well-used amenities on it or nearby, including West Bank Park, the Holgate, the York RI Sports Club, Holgate Methodist Church, 2 primary schools, a preschool, and 2 bus stops, all within walking distance. Action by the council to encourage drivers to slow down here is long overdue. Thank you to the 124 residents who signed this. And thank you all for your attention. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. In accordance with standing orders, petitions will be referred to the Customer and Corporate Service Scrutiny Management Committee. This brings us to item 6, namely the report of the executive leader and executive recommendations. So I invite the council leader, Councillor Aspden, to present his report. Oh, Councillor Eyre, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to move that Standing Order 16.2 be suspended to enable Councillor Rowley to respond to the report on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Is there a seconder for that? I do require.
Formally second, Lord Mayor.
Formally seconded. I don't see anyone objecting to that. I'm sure that's
Councillor D. Taylor.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I might ask members of more long-standing service to cast their minds back to a meeting of full council when I was in Councillor Rowley's position. A party of two members, the leader of which was overseas in Cuba, I seem to remember. On that occasion, council denied me permission to respond to the reports of the leader of the council. Councillor Rowley, I assure you, I shall not be so churlish and uncharitable on this occasion.
Thank you. I take it council approved that. Let's move on. Councillor Aspden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's good to see colleagues this evening, and I'm sure everyone will be pleased to know that I will try and be brief in discussing some of the topics included in my report. We're just over 2 months since the war in Ukraine unfolded. I know that everyone will join me in condemning the actions of the Russian state in their unjust invasion of the Ukraine. York stands with Ukraine, and since these terrible events, the people of York have shown themselves to be, once again, caring and supportive for people in desperate need. Since my report was published, we've seen the launch of the Homes for Ukraine scheme, which is in operation alongside the family visa route. As of last week, the council has been notified via the government portal that 70 Ukrainian refugees have been matched to York and 60 individuals have now arrived in the city. The council has approved an initial grant of £20,000 to support City of Sanctuary, who have created, as you heard earlier, a support group for existing Ukrainian refugees in collaboration with the council's Minority Communities Officer. They are also creating a register of individuals interested in helping those coming to York, for example, translators, and they have several hundred people registered so far. A refugee coordination group has been established, which continues to coordinate the city's response, bringing together key agencies, including the council, to ensure that wraparound support is there for individuals and families. And we've also created additional capacity in the communities team, who both administer this work and to create a link worker to support sponsors. York will continue to play its part in responding to this crisis, and we remain in constant dialogue with Migration Yorkshire to move the work forward. Moving on to devolution, I'm sure colleagues will have seen in the government's Levelling Up white paper that the government confirmed their intention to begin negotiations regarding a potential mayoral devolution deal for York and North Yorkshire. This is, of course, a hugely significant issue for the city, and therefore I've asked officers to develop and undertake a pre-consultation on devolution, so residents, businesses and communities can engage with the process and learn more about what devolution could mean for York. We really want to achieve some of what has been achieved, for example, in West Yorkshire, that achieved in their consultation a really high level of engagement. I do want to repeat, though, that any devolution deal has to be right for York. Devolution undoubtedly has the potential to unlock huge funding for our city, but it must be of such a level that really delivers that step change in investment that we need. On the topic of levelling up, I'm delighted to confirm that York's submission for the HQ of Great British Railways has been sent to the government, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank councillors, MPs and partners for their support, expertise and advice in getting us that far. I'd encourage everyone to show their support for the campaign, and if possible, there are the hashtags Yes to York and Destination GBR for social media. We understand that the government's transition team do look at those, so demonstrating this support is worth doing. We'll learn whether York has been shortlisted in May, and if successful, a public vote will then take place. There are still many details which we are yet to receive from the government, including exactly how the public vote will be run, and an update will be provided closer to the time in how we can best collectively promote York's bid and make sure through that process we get as many votes as we can. Moving on, Lord Mayor, I was delighted to be joined by you and the Lord Lieutenant to receive the Queen's Green Canopy Champion City plaque, which has recently been awarded to the city. 70 trees were planted during that particular event with help from the local Poppleton Scout Group to commemorate Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee and make continued progress at the new community woodland. Colleagues will have seen the various tree giveaway events over the past weeks and months, which have been really well received. And with the creation of the woodland progressing well, there'll be many more planting events to come. So I hope colleagues will keep an eye out and get involved. I also want to welcome York's new purple flag status. Colleagues will know that I've discussed the importance of purple flag for many years, particularly working with other towns and cities across the UK and what they've achieved in creating safe and inclusive nighttime economies. And I'm delighted that York has joined that important piece of work, and there is more to be done. Having the purple flag model in place is positive. Lastly, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to finish by thanking our frontline teams, partners and volunteers for their hard work, particularly in helping York to respond to the severe flooding that we experienced following storms Dudley, Eunice and Franklin. Their efforts ensured that the defence is held against the high river levels, enabling the city to remain open and residents safe during the busy half-term week. Thank you.
Thank you. Standing orders allow 5 minutes for other group leaders to respond. And can I ask just an indication, Councillor Kilbane?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to thank the council leader for his report, the contents of which have been noted. And I'm tempted to leave it there because this report is now a whole month out of date. And why is it a month out of date? The reason is that when this meeting should have been scheduled, the Liberal Democrats had a few members with COVID and they were worried they would lose some of the votes. So they tried to move the meeting online. And when our solicitors pointed out that this was illegal, instead of backtracking and carrying on with the meeting as they should, as indeed we are doing tonight, with 4 members unable to attend simply because this meeting was rescheduled. But here we are getting on with it as the people of York would expect us to. But no, that's not what happened. They threatened to send COVID-infected councillors into the meeting, leaving the organisers with no choice but to cancel the meeting to protect the health and safety of everybody involved, not just the councillors, the staff that are here, the public participants. The night before, the leader of the council chaired at the management outbreak meeting, which is in place to try and stop the spread of COVID within the city of York. So that's the reason why this leader's report is currently a month out of date.
Councillor Kilbane, can I just remind you that the idea is that we respond to the issues in the leader's report?
I am responding to the issues in the leader's report, Lord Mayor, and as to why they are so untimely. And I think the residents of York deserve to hear that. I will carry on in the same vein, Lord Mayor. If you want to stop me, that's within your right, but if the eyes of the country are upon us tonight, and they will see how democracy operates in York.
So you have no intention of responding to the items raised in the report?
I am responding to the reason why the items in the report are a whole month out of date.
Can I just take a moment there? Councillor Kilbane, 16.2 is very clear that this is responding to issues raised in the report. I'm giving you another opportunity, but please, will you restrict your comments to items raised in the report?
I will be continuing in the same vein, Lord Mayor, which is why the items raised in the report are out of date. I think the residents of this city have a right to know why their council meeting was cancelled and why we are in this situation here tonight.
I think you've made that point already.
I've not finished yet. Shall I continue?
Continue for the moment, but please refer to the items in the report.
Well, the irony of this whole situation is that the reason why the report is late is because the votes that the executive thought they would lose would not allow for the executive to gerrymander scrutiny committees so that they can continue to get their own way.
Councillor Kilbane, I will stop you there. Please be seated.
We can all see how democracy
Please
works
be
with
seated.
this administration.
Yes, I think Councillor Rowley was the next to indicate.
Just a point of order, Lord Mayor. I believe it was moved and seconded to suspend standing orders. Do we not need to vote on that? I'm sure we'll support it, but I think we do need to have a vote on it.
No, we weren't required to actually put a vote on that. I did gain the consent of council. It is at my discretion. Councillor Rowley.
Sorry, could I get clarification of that? Because the head of Democratic Services was just nodding that there would need to be a vote.
You did ask, you earlier asked the meeting, and no one intervened, and you allowed then you allowed Taylor to speak.
Yes, I did invite the meeting to respond when Councillor Eyre put forward that proposal with regard to the suspension of Standing Order 16.2. There was one member who did indicate they wished to speak, Councillor Dave Taylor. Everyone had the opportunity of responding at that point. Please continue, Councillor Rowley, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before you start the 5-minute clock, which is all important, can I just do two things? Firstly, can I just thank Councillor Dave Taylor for his comments and actually just indicate to members that they don't have to go that far back to see a refusal of a suspension of standing orders. The very first council meeting that we had, that had been moved from its original date, the executive and the administration again decided not to allow standing orders to be suspended on that occasion. I can only assume that their hearts have softened towards the working together attitude that we need here in the City of York. And secondly, before the 5-minute clock begins, can I say that
the clock started when you stood up, Councillor Rowley.
My reply is to the report as published on the 22nd of March, and I understand that the leader has also given some updates. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
You have 4 minutes, 12 seconds.
The dominant event in recent weeks has, of course, been the horrendous invasion of Ukraine, which must be totally condemned. The report rightly refers to the war as Putin's war, with it being clear that it attracts very little support in Russia, and we must pay tribute to those in Russia who have protested, knowing full well the punishment that awaits them. Putin has clearly misjudged every single aspect of the war, from the international community's reaction to the Russian army's strength and ability, resolve and bravery of the Ukrainian armed forces and people in general. There are many challenges faced with the immediate focus on saving lives and providing homes to displaced people, but going forward, the world is once more a more dangerous place, especially with the likes of China, India and Brazil not responding to Russia's actions in opposing it. Despite a rapidly changing situation, the government has done incredible amounts in aid to Ukraine and over time led in training their military. Now they're providing help on the ground and have given clear commitments on help for those in Ukraine wanting to leave on humanitarian grounds. I do not believe that the latter half of the report on Ukraine are the right tones, with a 2-paragraph ramble about how there is not much information about how the scheme will work in practice, particularly with local government. One key with the government scheme is that they are trying to keep things flexible, and in terms of refugees, ideally put Ukrainians with or near people they know. There is also a grant of £10,500 per person to the local authorities, which is a very generous level of settlement, even given how this administration can waste money. It is not rocket science to know the types of support that will be needed, from education to access to GPs and translation services, which I know that the leader has already mentioned this evening. And it's time that the leader led rather than waiting for the government to tell him everything so that he can shout that it's not enough. Fundamentally, most refugees will be housed in ordinary York residents' homes, and it is great to see how many have already come forward and volunteered. It's fundamentally generosity of spirit that will see people taken in, but the government is offering £350 per month to those that do. I think the leader's comments that in return they will receive £350 does a disservice to the generosity of the hosts. Yet again, we have a report featuring devolution, and yet again it contains nothing whatsoever. Devolution has been years in the making, and we should have a string of tangible asks which are well known. Instead, we have 4 paragraphs of platitudes about wanting a good deal for York, which I'm sure no one would disagree with. In truth, James Alexander had far more specific devolution asks a decade ago than this administration has. On flooding, it's exactly the same approach. We will all be relieved that the recent floods were not worse, and it's good to see work going on in the city. But once again, there is no vision from the administration. The government has put vast amounts of money into the York flood prevention, and the Environment Agency have worked hard over the years. But York needs tangibles from its rulers rather than cliches and would-be leaflet campaigns that whatever the government is doing, the Lib Dems would say is not enough. It's good to see that the bid to be the new HQ for GB Rail has now gone in. Having GB Rail in the city would undoubtedly be a big boost to the city, and although some of the staff would come from the city, it would undoubtedly be many high-quality jobs for local residents. Should this be successful, it's an excellent example of what can be achieved when politicians lay aside their political preferences and work together for the good of the people. A lesson the administration would do well to learn.
If you could now draw to a close, please.
I hope the administration pursues the bid with the same vigour as they have the photo opportunities that relate to it. Being awarded purple flag status comes at a cost, literally tens of thousands of pounds of public money. Lord Mayor, please, if I may, just for one moment, have my moment in the spotlight just to finish off. I'll move on to my final point, which I think is very important. Finally, to end on a positive, I welcome the Armed Forces breakfast and the Armed Forces drop-in centre at the Spurriergate Centre, which happens on a Tuesday, which are a very sensible way of providing help to a group that certainly deserves it. Can I also
thank Councillor Rowley. I think you've had your time.
For his excellent hard work and dedication to the Armed Forces community. He will be very missed. However, we do recognise he deserves a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Carr, did you want to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Only to say that you can start my 5 minutes immediately. Because although I thank you for the opportunity to respond in the interest of brevity and moving on, I'm content to accept the leader's report as presented. Thank you.
Councillor Aston, do you wish to say anything in reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Carr for my favourite response from a opposition leader. To Councillor Rowley, just to thank you particularly for your comments relating to the Ukrainian war on GBR and with the work on armed forces, and to return that thank you to you. I know that you've become a member of the Armed Forces Drop-In Working Group, which I know is similarly really pleased that Ian Cartwright and team have seen and have your support in taking that work forward, which, as you say, is incredibly important, and certainly very happy to work with you on making a success of those schemes, including where we have government and funding and grants to do so. And the bit I don't agree is your characterisation of where we're at on devolution, and we have already submitted detailed asks, and these were agreed a long time ago now by all leaders across York and North Yorkshire, 9 council leaders, and we're now waiting for the government to formally respond to those asks. If you'll remember, the government said we won't look at your asks until you go through local government reorganisation. We went through those hoops. They've now published their white paper. The process of negotiation has started, which is welcome, but obviously we're now waiting to hear back and what their final responses to those are, so that we can then get to that stage of consultation and discussions across the council about whether what they offer us is the right deal for York, and we'll bring about those asks, and indeed whether they will give us everything that York and North Yorkshire put in that pitch document. But again, as I said, I think we need a series of consultations, a pre-consultation now to start talking to people about what it might be and the process, and then a series of consultations when we actually get some of the details so that we can all discuss that and move it forward together. To Councillor Kilbane, I welcome you highlighting the Outbreak Management Advisory Board. As you'll know, that board has now stopped meeting and will be part of the Health and Wellbeing Committee. And I'd like to take the opportunity to praise the partners and the public health team for all of their work on that behind the scenes. And the issue that you're talking about is one where actually there's a lot of common ground between our parties. And I know at the Local Government Association, Labour, Conservative and Liberal Democrat, Green and independent groups have been working together to make the case to the government that they needed and still need to give flexibility to local councils in terms of decision making and virtual meetings. And that is a case nationally that you support, and I'd be very happy to talk to you about how we make that case moving forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we invite members to question the leader on his report. Our standing orders allow 10 minutes for questions and comments. I'll remind the leader he can respond directly to a question asked or comment made, or may agree to submit a written answer if unable to respond in detail, which will be circulated to all council members within 5 working days. I'm just making a note of the hands that are raised. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just following on from the conversation about devolution that you were just responding to Councillor Rowley, given that we're technically a hung council and given that it's such a seismic change potentially to the way that we operate in the city, I wondered if you could just set out how you will engage with the different political groups across the process of the negotiation and the potential back and forth over any deal, because I think what we fear is that we're left with a take it or leave it deal that comes to full council at the end of the year, having not had sight of what some of the terms and some of the red lines might have been for the city.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crawshaw. There's going to be a variety of stages to that process. The first thing I've said is that there needs to be what I'm calling this pre-consultation stage now, so that we talk with groups, with residents, and engage as to what the actual formal process that the government sets out might be, what actually are the points behind the negotiation that you can look at, what are the parameters behind the governance arrangements, and then what might we want to take back before we get to that final point of decision at full council. I'd certainly welcome input, and I know there have been discussions about attending scrutiny meetings and would welcome doing so, including looking back perhaps at the asks that were just mentioned that have been submitted to start those early conversations. And once you get into that process of negotiation with the government, there's a series of formal steps that you have to take, including multiple steps at full council. So one would be to agree, for example, to do a governance review to look at what it might look like. Another one would be to actually consult on the scheme, but behind both of those there has to be big stages of public engagement and consultation, and that's why I referenced the West Yorkshire approach, because unlike some of the devolution deals before that, they found a way of actually involving more people, getting more consultation responses. Not everybody loves governance structures and asks as much as we do, but it is going to be really, really important, because it is likely that the government might not give us everything in that deal that York and North Yorkshire leaders have put forward. Similarly, they might put forward things that aren't in that deal, and we are going to need to look together and cross-party about ultimately whether that deal is the right deal for us, or what conversations we'll want with government at that time. Thank you.
Supplementary, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome that response, and obviously very keen for scrutiny to have involvement at the appropriate stages. I understand that also in any negotiation there will be some elements of it that will perhaps be confidential, or there'll be stages at which it's appropriate for things to come into the public domain. So I just wondered if you could give us a guarantee that at the very least the group leaders from across the political spectrum will be engaged that they possibly can be throughout the process, and then obviously public and public scrutiny and full council in due course.
Thank you very much, Councillor Crawshaw. Very happy to agree to that, and to say that we should have as much engagement, conversations, consultation as possible. And as you say, there might be aspects that civil servants, for example, don't want us to discuss at a particular point in time. But the onus will be on us to have that wider consultation before, as you say, we get to that final decision at full council. There is, it's fair to say, an awful lot of work to be done, if we're going to hit the suggested timeline that the government has set out, which would be to have a mayoral election in 2024, which would mean the combined authority being established shortly before that, after the next set of local elections in the city. There are an awful lot of formal processes to go through, and obviously a lot of work on each strand to get us to the point of having a combined authority. West Yorkshire were working on this for many, many years before they got to that point. So it is a challenging timetable, and that makes, I think, that consultation and conversation all the more important, because similarly, this is going to be, if we agree it, one of the biggest changes to structures that the city will have seen. And I think that cross-party take for the long term is going to be a very important one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Taylor.
Oh, thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought that post had come between us. I know it's holding the roof up, but it is a damn nuisance. It would be such a relief to get back to the Guildhall. To the leader, I know a month has passed since the report was written, and you did give us some updates in your speech, but I remain particularly interested in inward investment. I should like to ask them for a little more insight into York's bid for the headquarters of Great British Rail. We've seen the support of a variety of politicians in the newspapers, but how are we communicating the city's strengths to the decision makers to position York as a centre for the rail network?
Thank you very much, Councillor Taylor. As I said, we've submitted our bid to the government to formally say York should be shortlisted and put forward to that competition. One thing we were aware of is that we needed to go beyond just our communications team in that type of work. So we've worked with a variety of groups, partners, businesses in York to make sure that the right messages are going to the Secretary of State for Transport, officials, partners, MPs, and all the decision makers that we're going to need to influence, firstly, to get us onto that shortlist, and then actually, once we're on that shortlist, to communicate in a different way. We don't know yet what the extent of that public vote will be. Scenarios running from a sort of strictly come dancing telephone internet poll all the way through to a send your comments. And equally, we don't know yet whether the decision from that public poll is binding on the government or whether it's simply advisory. And that's why I say there's a lot of work. And I know that Department of Transport officials are trying to work it out as well. Once we know that, very much about working with all of the city, and there's a lot of people from Make It York to big hotels and businesses to the National Railway Museum that have said, we have expertise, we have reach, we have big mailing lists. We're absolutely going to need to work with them, with stakeholders, with MPs, with Lords, everybody we can do at that point of being shortlisted to both get the message across to the public vote, but equally continue to communicate to the Department of Transport about it. And some positivity already is that at the moment we are one of the regional headquarters for the eastern section of Network Rail. They've confirmed that that will remain in York regardless of the outcome of the GBR HQ. So it's good, but obviously we want to continue to work towards that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We don't want another Boaty McBoatface.
Is this a supplementary?
Yes, I was going to ask supplementary about the next steps, but I think actually, Keith, you've answered those in your response. So there we go.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Supplementary to the previous question. It's good to hear that the leaders communicating with businesses. I'm not so sure all the MPs think that they're being adequately involved in that process. And I think that you'll agree that the assessors on this bid are going to want to see a unified approach across the city, which includes cross-party work within the council. And so far, unfortunately, to the public, it looks very much like men in grey suits and nothing more. So can the leader tell me what plans he has to put a unified approach within the council chamber into the GBR headquarters bid? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree that a cross-party approach and the support, as I said, of MPs and Lords is important. And I was pleased to see, was it yesterday or the day before, the group of York and North Yorkshire MPs that got together and were there with their photo to note the debate that was held in Parliament. Similarly, really grateful for the cross-party support that we've had in terms of putting that submission in and making the case. Councillor Kilbane spoke at the decision session that submitted the bid, if you will. There equally is an event coming up to which all the MPs that have supported the bid, which are from North Yorkshire and East Yorkshire, are going to be invited to with a range of partners. That's timed for when we get the announcement on the shortlisting, which is obviously the next big stage, so that everybody can work together towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be the last question, as we're almost out of time. Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Mine's only a short question. I note that the leader's report mentions the purple flag scheme. Could you please update and give a bit more detail as to councillors as to what the scheme actually means to our city?
Thank you, Councillor Hunter. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, it's a really important accreditation, not so much because of the status in itself, but actually because of the work that it brings about. So it's all about partnership working. So from the council to the police, to local businesses and residents working together to improve whatever the challenges are. And we know that there are continual areas to work on, particularly in the city centre and the nighttime economy that residents want to see improvement about. And this is about working together, recognising that the council alone is not going to be able to solve all of those problems. Similarly, the police commissioner and the police aren't going to. So it's a way of highlighting what those issues are, coming up with an action plan, and obviously you'll repeatedly be judged by that organisation, which will then help make sure that we continue to make that progress. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we've just exceeded our allotted 10 minutes and we move on. So I now invite Councillor Aspin to move the recommendations of the executive to council from the executive meeting on 17th of March last year, 17th of March 2022, as contained in the minutes at pages 1 to 3 of the supplementary papers. These relate to the housing delivery programme update at minute 108 and adoption of the minerals and waste joint plan at minute 109. Councillor Pavlovic.
Look. Oh, sorry, it hasn't been moved. I'll wait until it's been moved.
Okay.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
May I have a seconder for these recommendations, please, Councillor de Gorn?
Formally second.
Thank you. So now I invite debate on the recommendations. And I imagine, Councillor Pavlovic, you'd like to say something.
Oh, I might as well. Now I've put my hand up. Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Labour Group, I'd like to make our position on the housing delivery programme clear and unambiguous. No, no, no. No, we do not support this Lib Dem green housing delivery programme. No, we have never supported this Lib Dem green housing delivery programme. And no, we will never support this Lib Dem housing delivery programme. Whilst you continue to live in this parallel universe where it's totally acceptable for you, and when I say you, I obviously don't mean you, the executive members sat at the top table, but rather I mean the poor, stressed, overwhelmed and demoralised frontline housing options staff who have to tell homeless families that we have no accommodation for them except bed and breakfast or James House. At the same time, they could add, well, we did build some houses, but we decided that people who could afford £500,000 deserved them more. So whilst you sit swigging champagne at the Design Awards, I don't think for a minute you'll give a second thought to any of those homeless families. But if I were one of those families, I'd look at each of you with nothing but fury and contempt. So in a nutshell, Lord Mayor, Labour says no.
Councillor Craghill.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wondered if you were going to bring this forward, Councillor Pavlovic, and I have to say I am deeply disappointed, but not totally surprised. I think it's incredibly disappointing that all you seem to be able to bring forward, and I know you know a great deal more than this, Councillor Pavlovic, really, is criticism. We all know that house prices in York are high and that is very challenging. And we know that's a serious issue. But also most people in York know that new homes don't get built for free. We have to fund them from somewhere. And this model enables us to use the market sales to cross-subsidise both the quality and the number of affordable homes that we can deliver on these sites. We also want to make sure that when we build new homes for York residents, We are building homes that are fit for the future, high quality builds that will last for many years, with good space standards, highly accessible and adaptable, with high energy efficiency standards that make the homes very affordable to live in, and that's surely very important now, and in neighbourhoods that make sustainable living possible. I'm not really quite sure what you're suggesting. Are you suggesting we should be building low quality homes for York residents? Because that seems to be the logic of your argument. Build them fast and cheap with no regard for climate change, no regard for soaring energy prices, no regard for the need to secure our future energy security, and no regard for the tremendous potential that our officers are highly committed to building excellent homes that will create that will create mixed communities that will have the strength and resilience to support each other in the very difficult times ahead. These proposals will increase the number of affordable homes from 40% to 60%, 3 times the local plan requirement, which is surely something Labour should be celebrating. So, yeah, you say you won't support it. I just feel deeply disappointed that you will not support new homes for York residents.
Yeah, just about Councillor Webb.
Yes, Councillor Webb.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak on this. I thought it's a minute that we need to argue over. But recently, I went and saw the good work of a charity in York that feeds some of our homeless in this city. Unfortunately, I actually met a young lady who I'd known because she'd been at the school that I teach at not long ago. These plans will push up house prices in some areas in this city. Areas that are struggling as it is, like Heworth, like Clifton. These plans, whilst you just said they will increase the amount from 40% to 60%, that's not 100%. This is not good enough. There are people that are suffering here and now. And your intention, your green credentials are laudable, and this is important, and I agree with that. But you have to accept here and now that it's not enough. And for that reason, that's why I agree with everything that Councillor Pavlovic said. And I really do think you need to take a long, hard look at what's going on in our city centre, what's going on around you, around us, around Guildhall Ward, which you represent. There is real suffering out there. And I really do think you need to actually try and help. Thank you.
I haven't seen any other hands. I don't think any other members wish to speak. So that being the case, do you wish to respond, Councillor Afton? Okay. Voting at this meeting will be by a show of hands at this point. So please raise your hands when I ask in a moment to indicate whether you wish to vote for, against, or abstain in relation to each set of recommendations. Can I ask you, if you're able to, please keep your hands up for long enough to allow officers to complete the count. All those wishing to vote for the recommendations in respect of the housing delivery programme, please raise your hands now. Thank you. All those wishing to vote against those recommendations, if you'd raise your hand now. Okay. Thank you. And are there any abstentions? I don't think so. Thank you.
25 votes for and 17.
Yes, that was carried with 25 votes for and 17 votes against. We move on. Would all those wishing to vote for the recommendations in respect of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, please raise your hand now. It appears to be unanimous. You put your hands down, please. Just checking if anybody's voting against or abstaining. Abstaining, thank you. Let's carry with one abstention. That concludes the executive recommendations. We come to the item 7 in our agenda, the report of the Deputy Leader and questions. So I invite the Deputy Leader, Councillor de Gorn, to formally move his written report, which is at page 31 of our council papers.
Formally moved.
Thank you. Again, we have an allocation of 10 minutes at this point. I intend at that point, I think when we've had our 10 minutes, we'll be ready for a break. So I invite members to question the Deputy Leader on his report, questions and comments. You may respond, Deputy Leader, directly, or of course, a written response within the required 5-day period. I see Councillor Crawshaw, I see Councillor Follier, Councillor Mason. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. And at the risk of incurring your wrath, Lord Mayor, I just wondered whether the executive member could point to the section of his report that covers how he is addressing the ongoing car crash that is Digital Res Park.
Although this report was written a while ago, it's not in this particular report. So obviously you can ask that at the other point in the meeting, general questions to executive members.
I think the issue is, Councillor de Gorn, that my inbox is absolutely bulging. I know that yours must be. I know that anybody who represents a ward that's covered by Res Park is having resident after resident after resident who cannot navigate the system. And we're now finding residents who are unable to renew their permits and are being issued with penalty charge notices on the day after their paper permit expires.
Can I have a question?
Yes, I'd want to know what you're doing to address this. And will you please, at the very least, ensure that residents can have a grace period of whatever it takes us, 10 days or 14 days, whilst we as the council get our act in order to be able to issue a digital permit to begin on the day that their paper permit expires, as we were able to do under the old system.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to provide a written response if that is appropriate, since I haven't referred to it in my report.
Thank you for that.
Could I just request that that comes within the allotted 5 days and not?
I did make it clear at the beginning that that is the expectation. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm also excited to be back in the Guildhall so we can press the buttons and we don't have to keep our hands waved around. Can the executive member just tell me a bit about the cycle path we've got going between Scarborough Bridge, which was a great scheme, to the hospital, and the bit particularly between Bootham Park or across Bootham Park, and where are we with that scheme?
Certainly, Lord Mayor, progress is being made with completing this route, as you'll be. Sorry? Progress is being made with completing this route at the Bootham Park end. Majority of the works for signalising the junction is complete. The future use of Bootham Park Hospital site, you will recall, was approved by the executive in December, and that did include reporting of successful negotiations that have been undertaken by officers to secure the outcome of being able to continue that route through the parkland and pedestrian and cycle access through the site. I have to report that whilst the proposals are subject to planning approval, which will be considered in due course, we have been talking to the owners of the hospital, which is currently still with NHS Property Services, and also the developer, as to whether or not a temporary arrangement can be put in place to complete the works at that junction. We also have provided an interim scheme for both parties to consider prior to planning approval, if that is going to take slightly longer than was anticipated at the time when the works were undertaken. And also at the western end of St Mary's, the roadway's already been resurfaced in preparation for a new ramp, which I'm informed will be is being scheduled for to be put in place in July. That would then complete the link through from the widened path alongside the Marygate car park through to Bootham and through Bootham Park to the hospital.
Councillor Hollier.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Could the Deputy Leader update councillors on the partnership with TIA, please?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Could the Deputy Leader update councillors on the partnership with TIA, please?
Sorry, TIA, as is referred to in the report, the TIA e-scooters and e-bikes scheme is part of a national trial from the Department for Transport. And initially that was for a period of time up until I think it was March, and but the government has extended that period of time now until November is the current time horizon for the trial of the scheme. And on that basis, through one of my decision sessions, it was agreed that current trial should continue with the current provider. At the point in time when we reach the end of the government trial, then depending on whether or not there's a change in legislation, it will then be up for the council to make a decision about whether or not they wish to continue that arrangement with that particular provider or look at other providers. But certainly in the experience of the regular contact that we have with TIA, they have been very responsive to any concerns that residents have raised, and they have provided regular reports to the executive members about the operation of that scheme, to the point whereby we can identify if there are issues in particular locations and can work with ward councillors to make sure that they understand what's happening and can have input to the arrangements with the company and ensure that it's beneficial, not just for the individuals, but from the point of being part of our transport strategy.
Thank you. Can I just check? Councillor Rowley indicated the supplementary much sooner. Councillor Cobain, is yours a supplementary? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Forgive me for not standing. Just in regards to the TIA scheme, I support obviously any scheme that reduces emissions into the city and is sustainable. However, there are very clear rules and guidelines about how these TIA scooters can be used. For example, they can't be ridden on footpaths. They can't be dual ridden by people. You can't go through red lights. You have to observe the rules of the road. Yet I and many residents, both in the ward where I work and also those a little bit further afield, regularly see breaches of these rules by those that are using the scooters. You mentioned that you have reports that come to you from the operator TIA, and that you believe that it's being monitored and it's being dealt with correctly, yet we still continue to see these rules being flouted. When will we as members get to see A, the report that you get from TIA, but B, what sanctions are in place to prove that actually it's being taken seriously? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'm very happy to share the reports, obviously subject to the company's agreement with that, but provided they are happy to share that with all councillors, would be happy to arrange that for anyone who wanted it. In terms of the actual, as you say about sanctions, I think to a certain extent it's like any novelty. The reports I've seen suggest that as time progresses, the sort of abuses are, in proportion to the level of usage are diminishing. But I would certainly say publicly the company do sanction people if they are aware of individuals who've have broken the rules. And because of the fact that they have GPS tracking, even if you're not able to identify the number on the particular scooter, you provide the time and the place and what's happened, they certainly will respond and take that up with the rider. Depending on the severity, may ban them from future use. I'm aware from the reports that I've had, that the numbers that they have dealt with in that way are sort of not insignificant, although obviously there will be other instances where people haven't reported it that have not been dealt with in that way. But I'm confident that they do respond appropriately.
We've only a few seconds left on this, and Councillor Dave Taylor, you did indicate a supplementary.
Yeah, I greatly approve of e-scooters and this trial. My concern is about the cost, Andy. Are you concerned about the cost? Because I believe I can hire a car cheaper than the cost of hiring an e-scooter, a TS scooter for a period of time.
I mean, the cost I understand is obviously not insignificant, but having said that, I mean, it's only anecdotal, but I spoke to someone who arrived somewhere on an e-scooter and asked out of interest, why did you choose to come on a scooter? And basically said it was convenient in terms of A to B, into time scale, and no more expensive than a taxi. But it was as convenient, or probably more convenient, to get from one place to another. So, and inevitably there are some people there are different packages that they offer as well. So, longer term hire might be appropriate. Places like the hospital are promoting them for their staff. There may be different deals and packages that can be offered, which would benefit us as well as the individuals.
I did notice your hand, Councillor Cobain, but unfortunately we've more than exceeded our allotted time on this, and I'm sure many members are quite ready for a break. So we're going to do that. As I indicated, we'll take a break at this point, a break of 15 minutes thereabout. We'll reconvene at 20:35. Please be promptly back for 20:35. there are a number of difficulties meeting in this space. Certainly one of them we can do something about. I'm not sure we can do very much about the temperature. We're trying to remedy that. But certainly one thing we can do something about is, I think it might be helpful if, again, I suggest that members feel free to remain seated when addressing the chair or addressing council. We will be that much closer to our microphones, and I think that might help with the audibility. Many of us were struggling in the earlier part of the meeting, and I think being closer to the microphones ought to be a help. So I'm going to suggest that we do that. We come to report of the monitoring officer at page 49 of your agenda pack. This details the approval and adoption of revisions to the Constitution in accordance with the recommendations of the Audit and Governance Committee. And there are a number of options included in those recommendations and the monitoring officer's report. So the way in which we're going to do this, following debate, I intend to take a separate vote on each of those options, recommendations. And once again, for the sake of clarity, each of these votes will be a named vote. Next, I'll invite Councillor Pavlovic as chair of the Audit and Governance Committee to move the recommendations to approve the proposed revised constitution, subject to further debate and on the various specific options set out in paragraph 3 of the monitoring officer's report. I understand that this motion will include an alteration to the recommendation in paragraph 4 of the report to reflect the amended advice of the monitoring officer that the new constitution be implemented in full on the 26th of May, our next annual council meeting. And I think that is for very obvious reasons. So, Councillor Pavlovic.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, it falls to me to present this revised constitution to full council for your consideration. Although not widely read by members or the public, the constitution is a vital document which governs how the council operates for councillors and officers alike, how committees function, the executive, senior officers, and how money spent is delegated and recorded. This is a once-in-a-decade major revision, and the version you have before you is as a result of many months of work from the A&G committee, a cross-party working group, and most of all from senior officers. And I would like to thank them all, particularly the monitoring officer, for the care, consideration, and diligence they've put into this process. Although a relevant and up-to-date constitution is important for every local authority, for York it is vital. The recent public interest report identified significant failings in the governance of this council, particularly in respect of conflicts of interest, which resulted in the independent external auditors issuing a damning narrative report, but also, crucially, the issuing of a qualified value for money assessment and inability to sign off the council's annual accounts for 2020-2021. Until we can evidence clear progress on governance reform, not just to the auditors, but also to the LGA, who the A&G committee have called in to support this, City of York will continue to be challenged on its accounts. This has been, as I've said, a long process. Some mistakes will almost certainly have been made, and some areas may need to be subsequently revised. But I can assure members and the public that there is an inbuilt quality assurance protocol to try to quickly identify them. A&G will undertake a 6-monthly review and an annual fitness for purpose exercise, and the internal auditor will take this constitution into account when assessing local processes to ensure that it is embedded into good practice. The local government association support we have commissioned will also be assessing how effectively it's being applied. The report explains the issues which we need to consider this evening. In addition to full council voting on whether to formally accept the revised constitution to be incorporated after the next annual council in May, there are a number of elements of it which require separate votes. Despite the work of the committee and the working party, we were unable to reach a consensus, or because they involve significant changes to existing practices and therefore warranted separate discussion and consideration. The report before you outlines the issues, whether substitutes, particularly on committees, should be only appointed from within the same political group, whether members of the executive should sit on planning committees to consider applications proposed by the council and therefore in reality the executive itself, and also issues relating to the functioning of overview and scrutiny committees. The technicalities of the voting tonight will be outlined by yourself, Lord Mayor, and if needed, the monitoring officer. And once the votes on the individual items are concluded, then a final vote on whether to accept the Constitution as a whole will be held. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I formally second that, and I would also echo Councillor Pavlovich's thanks to the very many people who managed to get it to this stage with so few bones of contention still to be sorted out. Thank you.
So with that, I invite debate. Please indicate if you wish to speak. Yeah. I'll begin with Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Our constitution is critical to fair, open and transparent democracy. In the votes we are about to take, there are issues of proportionality, which are addressed in the vote on substitutions, and issues around conflicts of interest, which are addressed by the vote on the role of executive members on planning committees. And these are issues of significant concern. If the issues around proportionality and conflicts of interest remain after the votes are taken, the Labour group will not be able to vote to adopt a constitution that will not support fair, open and transparent democracy. This would be a real shame for all of the reasons that Councillor Pavlovic has outlined, because a tremendous amount of work has gone into bringing forward a constitution that addresses all of the issues around democracy that exist in this council.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of the issues as relate to scrutiny. On proportionality, it's quite clear that the spirit and purpose of the legislation around proportionality on scrutiny committees has been abused over the past 2 years, during which time the Liberal Democrats, thanks to the Greens, have regularly enjoyed a disproportionate voting majority on CSMC. The composition of economy in place is also not reflective of the council makeup. The arguments have been well rehearsed, but if you're having to rely on the splitting of hairs over the technicality of an argument in order to justify your position, I would suggest that you are on weak ground. Any votes taken in a situation where political proportionality of the council is overturned would not represent the democratic view of the residents of York. Those are not my words, but the words of Councillor Eyre, speaking in York Press last month, commenting on the postponement of tonight's meeting. There is an opportunity for Council to support Councillor Eyre's position tonight and make clear the importance of representing the democratic view of the residents of York by ensuring that appointments to scrutiny committees reflects the political proportionality of the Council. And I therefore urge anyone with an interest in fairness or good ethical practice, not to mention upholding the spirit and purpose of the legislation as written, to support the inclusion of the wording that, quote, substitutes shall be appointed from within the same political group at paragraph 14.1a. I'm also concerned that prescribing the inclusion of vice chair in decision-making over scrutiny agendas and the general business of work planning in the way that is proposed will create ambiguity. Of course, it is important to have an inclusive dialogue, but as worded, it's unclear as to who has the final say. I believe that that will unnecessarily complicate the process and lead to conflict. And I note too that scrutiny seems to be being treated differently to all other committees in this respect. On call-ins, there seems to be a needless dispute over whether 20 or 30 minutes should be used as a time frame guide. For me, this is about being realistic. in what our expectations are. There are 9 members of a scrutiny committee. If each member of that committee asks a question that lasts a minute and an answer comes that lasts 2 minutes, you do the maths, that's easily 30 minutes right there and then. By all means, we can have a guide that says it shouldn't be more than 30 minutes, but I think it's unrealistic to suggest that it can be anything less than that, particularly when we consider how a number of executive members and officers are able to give long, convoluted responses. I also think that one of the most important ones under subsection 2, paragraph 18.3, we must contain the words, where multiple breaches are recorded, a vote shall take place on each potential breach. To not do this is to retain the all or nothing nature of call-ins, which we have been trying to move away from. And indeed, the changes that were originally sold to me as being the way of doing this was on that basis, to move away from that all or nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Crawshaw.
If I may,
that's 3 minutes.
Very quickly, because I think this is really, really important. These clauses potentially hamstring scrutiny, and it's so important that we have good constructive scrutiny at this council if we want to rebuild trust, which I think we would all agree has been lacking over the last couple of years.
Thank you. Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to briefly outline why the Liberal Democrat Group will not be supporting the inclusion of the proposed additional wording in relation to the appointment of substitutes to committees. This view is based both on officer as well as independent legal advice. The legal advice received by Bevan Britton is clear that the current membership of committees is perfectly legal and proper. Despite this information having been presented and shared multiple times over the last year, the Labour Group continues to rely on legal opinion produced by Labour Party staff. Let me once again go over the specifics of the independent advice received, a copy of which was circulated to all group leaders and the independent councillors multiple times. In para 122, the question was raised as to whether it is lawful to appoint a substitute who is not a member of the political group to whom the seat is allocated. The detailed response to this question, prepared by the external legal advisors, appears from paragraph 326 onwards. In summary, the advice received is that yes, it is possible for political groups to appoint who they wish, which must be given effect by council or parent committees of a subcommittee. A list of substitutes agreed at the same time as the normal appointments are made at annual council. Paragraph 325. Paragraph 2.28 goes on to say, we are of the view that it would be lawful in relation to a seat allocated to a political group for that group to appoint any member of council as a substitute, regardless of that member's political group membership. This advice and the fact that such practice is widely used by other councils and has been used by opposition parties to York previously, should finally put an end to this discussion. Please vote against the inclusion of the additional wording.
Lord Mayor, may I raise a point of order?
A point of order being?
Just on a factual point of order, if I may. Councillor Orrell suggested that we were relying on advice that had been given by Labour staff. That's factually incorrect. We have independent legal advice from an independent firm of solicitors. Thank you.
Councillor Eyre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm trying to raise the tone a bit, having spent way too long reading this and echoing the thanks of Councillor Pavlovich to all of those members across all parties who spent a lot of time going through a lot of detail to get us to where we are, and really thank those for doing that. I will restrict my comments to those around the issue of planning, and you'll be unsurprised to know the Liberal Democrat Group will be supporting option 1, clearly recognising that the executive or any members are perfectly capable of deciding whether they should be deciding on an application or whether they consider themselves to be prejudged. It is common practice across the country, as well as by the Labour Group when they were in administration. In one of possibly the most significant planning applications in this city for the community stadium on the 27th of March 2015, 2 Labour executive members, including the esteemed Councillor Looker, sat on that planning committee, a planning committee that approved almost £20 million of Section 106 funding to deliver the executive stadium scheme. At no point did they consider that in any way a conflict of interest. The implications of changing this would mean realistically not all groups and therefore residents were represented on the planning committee. There clearly are changes that could be made to ensure planning committees run more smoothly, but the exclusion of experienced planning members is certainly not one of them. I see no evidence, and none has been put forward, that those who have spoken in favour of any scheme previously are any more conflicted than those who have opposed it. It's spurious logic that exec members have more at stake than backbenchers in terms of getting our schemes through, nor that opposition members have any more stake in blocking or stalling such schemes. In fact, just tonight, the Labour group has en bloc opposed the housing delivery scheme of the council. Many of those members there will sit on planning when those things come forward. Does that not mean they have now then prejudiced themselves? And despite Councillor Pavlovich's speech, it would be doing the city a disservice not to have his expertise on the planning committee when those come forward. And it's clearly not a conflict. The important thing for York is that we get the best decision making on all applications. A policy that allows any member, for example, who states unchecked greedy expansion of student numbers is blighting York from sitting in judgment on planning committee around student numbers would be allowed to sit, while the executive member for adult social care, for example, who had made no comments around that, would be automatically disbarred. It makes absolutely no sense. Nobody has put forward a logical reason, and so therefore we will be supporting option 1.
The only other hand I've seen at the moment is Councillor Fenton. Councillor Fenton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to talk briefly around some of the proposals in relation to the scrutiny function. Firstly, Article 8, paragraph 10 relates to the Corporate and Customer Services Scrutiny Management Committee's role in coordinating and supporting the work of other scrutiny committees. Paragraph 10.2 relates to CSMC's role in allocating urgent issues to be considered by any of those other scrutiny committees. The wording in the draft constitution proposes that the Vice Chair, as well as the Chair of the relevant scrutiny committee, is consulted by CSMC when it allocates any urgent issues. This does seem to me to be relatively uncontroversial and in keeping with the widely shared ambition to foster a spirit of cooperation and cross-party collaboration in our scrutiny work, which I think, to the credit of all members, we do manage to do. So I would ask members to support the wording as proposed and retain the reference to Vice Chair. Secondly, Appendix 5, paragraph 16.3 relates to the suggested 20-minute time allocation for questions to call in signatories. I am a bit surprised that this has become a point of contention, as this is simply guidance and not some form of guillotine. Clearly, if a matter does require more extensive lines of questioning, as suggested by Councillor Crawshaw, members can put these questions to the call-in signatories. This section of the meeting is for questions rather than statements or debate, and there is time after questioning for members to raise comments and to have a debate within the committee. Therefore, I would ask members to support the proposed wording here for a 20-minute time allocation as a guide. Finally, Appendix 5, paragraph 18.3 relates to voting at a call-in meeting where there are a number of alleged breaches detailed in the call-in request. The call-in reasons presented are most often, and certainly in my experience, connected, and together they form the argument for the call-in. Members of the committee are asked to determine whether the case as a whole, presented by the call-in signatories, stands up to scrutiny. If they believe it does, they can and should vote for the decision to go back to executive. So I would ask members to support the proposed wording here, which reflects current practice whereby councillors vote on the call-in as a whole. If in the course of a call-in meeting, some issues are identified that the relevant scrutiny committee could and should be asked to pick up, these of course can be referred to that committee, and that's something that on CSMC has happened on a number of occasions, I'm sure will continue to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also sit on the Audit and Governance for my sins, and we've been told on numerous occasions as part of that committee that the renewal of the Constitution is a fundamental part of us tackling the issues raised in the public interest report linked to a conflict of interest that the leader may have had. And I think that this is something there is a real opportunity. Councillor Eyre asked for a logical reason for option 2, no executive members sitting on any planning committee. And this is a perfect opportunity, and this is what a renewal of a constitution should be. It is an opportunity for us to turn around and say, right, this is what we think as a body moving forwards. And anything that we can do to remove the stench of not knowing what a conflict of interest is a really good thing for us to do. It is an opportunity for us to take that chance. And so in terms of a logical reason, I really do feel like having a situation where someone can sit in one meeting, executive or whatever, and say, yes, I think this is the right way to go. And then being not predetermined, which is important for planning, which you've clearly not managed because you are by definition determined. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to clearly say, this is confusing, this is wrong, let's avoid conflicts of interest. And so for that reason, I just really don't understand the Liberal Democrats' view of option 1, really. I mean, if that's all the Liberal Democrats stand for, the keeping hold of the status quo, then it's just not good enough, really. And I think this is an opportunity missed if that's the way you're thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Eyre, did you wish to say something more there? No. I was just trying to catch what he was saying. So I've not seen any other hands, and I guess, Councillor Pavlovic, you may want to respond at this point.
I don't think I do, actually.
Okay. Thank you. I'm grateful. We all are. I'll now take a named vote on the options set out in paragraph 3A of the recommendations to the monitoring officer's report relating to whether to include or not include the sentence regarding the appointment of substitutes. So that we can be absolutely clear what we're voting on here, I'm going to ask that that sentence is read out. We will then be voting either in favour of that, against that, or of course abstaining.
Okay, councillors, so the sentence that's the subject of this debate is substitutes shall be appointed from within the same political group, just to be clear.
So,
proceed to name vote, Lord Mayor.
yes.
Okay.
We will proceed to the vote. You will be asked to vote for, against, or abstain. With regard to that sentence, please go ahead.
Can I call on firstly Councillor Aston to indicate which way he's voting?
Against.
Councillor Eyre.
Against.
Councillor Baker. Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Craghill. Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Cuthbertson.
Against.
Councillor de Gorne.
Against.
Councillor Dauburnay.
Against.
Councillor Douglas. For. Councillor Fenton.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. For. Councillor Heaton.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
Against.
Councillor Hook. Councillor Hunter. Against. Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas. For. Councillor Mason. Councillor Melly. Oh, Councillor Looker. Pardon. Sorry, Janet. Councillor Looker. Missed a jump. For. Right. Councillor Mason, you were against. Councillor Melly. For. Councillor Musson. For. Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
Against.
Councillor Pavlovic. Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Perrott. Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman. Carol? Carol?
Against.
Councillor Smalley.
Against.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
For.
Councillor Bassey.
Against.
Councillor Waller. Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wells. For. Councillor Widdowson.
Against.
Lord Mayor.
Against.
Yep.
25 against the inclusion of the sentence. So the sentence will not be included. 25:17.
So that was 25 against 17 for, so the sentence will not be included. We move on to three options with regard to paragraph 3B of the Monitoring Officer's report. This is relating to the role of executive members on planning committees. Council is asked to approve one of these three options for inclusion in Appendix 30 to the revised constitution. And so for clarity, I will read out all the options, then ask members to state when their name is called, whether they are voting for option 1, option 2, or option 3, or of course, abstaining if that's the case. So option 1 would be to maintain the current position in that executive members can sit on the Executive and Planning Committee A and Planning Committee B, but do need to be mindful of a potential conflict of interest. Option 2 would be to decide that the leader of the council, the deputy leader of the council, and all other executive members cannot sit on either Planning Committee A or Planning Committee B. And the third option would be to decide that where necessary, executive members must choose whether to sit on the executive or take up their seat on Planning Committee A or Planning Committee B, so as to avoid a conflict of interest. When your name is called, please state which option you're voting for, A, B, or C, or abstaining. Thank you. If you'd come back.
1, 2, 3. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're going 1, 2, 3.
Forgive me. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Aston, option 1, 2, or 3, or even abstaining.
Option 1.
Councillor Eyre.
Option 1.
Councillor Baker.
Option 1.
Councillor Barker.
Option 1.
Councillor Carr.
Option 1, which I think is the existing option.
Councillor Craghill. Councillor Crawshaw.
Option 2.
Councillor Cuthbertson. Councillor de Gorn. Councillor Dauburnay. Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fenton.
Option 1.
Councillor Fisher.
I have to shout, option 1.
Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Option 2.
Councillor Heaton.
Option 2.
Councillor Hollier.
Option 1.
Councillor Hook.
Option 1.
Councillor Hunter. Councillor Kilbane.
Option 2.
Councillor Lomas.
Option 2.
Councillor Looker.
Option 2.
Councillor Mason.
Option 1.
Councillor Melly.
Option 2.
Councillor Musson.
Option 2.
Councillor Myers.
Option 2.
Councillor Orrell. Councillor Pavlovic.
Option 2.
Councillor Pearson.
Option 1.
Councillor Perrott.
Option 2.
Councillor Rowley,
Option 1.
Councillor Runciman, Councillor Smalley,
Option 1.
Councillor Dave Taylor,
Option 1.
Councillor Callum Taylor,
Option 2.
Councillor Vassey,
Option 1.
Councillor Waller,
Option 1.
Councillor Waters,
Option 2.
Councillor Wardby,
Option 1.
Councillor Webb,
2.
Councillor Wells, 2. Councillor Widdowson,
Option 1.
Lord Mayor.
Option 1.
Six, 16.
26.
Yeah, yeah.
26 votes for option 1 and 16 for option 2.
So the result of that, for option 1, 26 votes; for option 2, 16 votes. Option 1, therefore, is carried. Having reached a decision relating to the role of executive members on planning committees, council is now asked to request the Director of Governance and Monitoring Officer to make the necessary changes to actually reflect the position in Article 13 and Appendix 17. Is the council agreed, please? Thank you. We now come to some options on the scrutiny function. Firstly, I'll take a name vote on Article 8, Policy Overview and Scrutiny, paragraph 10(2)(b). Full council is asked to determine if this paragraph should make reference to the vice chair or not. The paragraph currently reads, allocating in consultation with the relevant chair and vice chair urgent issues to be considered by an appropriate committee, brackets, including ad hoc scrutiny committee, close brackets, as may be necessary. When your name is called, please indicate whether you're voting for or against the option to include that wording or abstaining. I hope that's clear.
Yep. Councillor Aston.
For.
Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Barker.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Craghill. Councillor Crawshaw. Councillor Cuthbertson. Councillor de Gorne. Councillor Dauburnay.
For.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Against.
Councillor Heaton.
Against.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Hook. Councillor Hunter. Councillor Kilbane.
Against.
Councillor Lomas.
Against.
Councillor Luckett.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Melly.
Against.
Councillor Musson.
Against.
Councillor Myers.
Against.
Councillor Orrell. Councillor Pavlovic.
Against.
Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
Against.
Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman. Councillor Smalley.
For.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
For.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Vassey.
For.
Councillor Waller.
For.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Wardby. For. Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wells.
Against.
Councillor Widdowson.
For.
Lord Mayor.
For.
Yeah.
So the result of that, 26 votes for, 16 votes Against, I've recorded no abstentions again. That option is therefore the case. Secondly, on the scrutiny call-in function, I'll take a vote on Appendix 5, the scrutiny procedure rules. This is paragraph 16.3. Full council is invited to determine if the time anticipated as a guide to aid the length of meetings in this paragraph should be 20 minutes or 30 minutes. The paragraph currently states, after all signatories have made their contributions, members of the committee will be invited to put questions to the signatories and receive responses to those questions. As a guide, it is anticipated that this should not exceed 20 minutes in total. When your name is called, please indicate whether you wish to vote for or against the option to amend the 20-minute timeline in that paragraph to 30 minutes or to abstain on that matter. After the voting has been verified,
So
we'll call.
if we're clear, Councillor Aston, please. For or
Against.
Councillor Eyre.
Against.
Councillor Baker. Against. Councillor Barker. Against. Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Craghill. Against. Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Cuthbertson.
Against.
Councillor de Gorne. Councillor Dauburnay.
Against.
Councillor Douglas. For. Councillor Fenton. Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. For. Councillor Heaton.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
Against.
Councillor Hook.
Against.
Councillor Hunter. Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas. For. Councillor Looker.
For.
Councillor Mason.
Against.
Councillor Melly. For. Councillor Musson. For. Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Orrell. Councillor Pavlovic. For. Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Perrott. For. Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman.
Against.
Councillor Smalley.
Against.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
Abstain.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
For.
Councillor Vassey.
Against.
Councillor Waller.
Against.
Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Wardby. Against. Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wells. Councillor Widdowson. Against. Lord Mayor.
Against.
So it's, but basically it's 17. So it's lost. It's lost.
Yeah, so it's lost 17, 24, 1.
That's right. So the result of that was 17 voting for, 24 against, and 1 abstention. Finally, on the scrutiny call-in function, I'll take a name vote on this. Paragraph 18.3, full council is invited to determine the procedure for voting where there are a number of alleged breaches detailed in a call-in request. The disputed sentence is highlighted in bold type for ease of reference. The paragraph states, the vote to be taken will be by a show of hands where multiple breaches are alleged. A vote shall take place in respect of each potential breach. Please be aware that if you vote for inclusion of this sentence, it will mean that where a call-in request alleges multiple breaches, a separate vote will be taken on each alleged breach. If you vote against its inclusion, a single vote will be taken covering all of the breaches alleged. When your name is called, please indicate whether you wish to vote for or against the option to adopt the wording in that sentence, or of course, if you wish to abstain on this matter. Again, if we could record the vote, please.
Councillor Aston.
Against.
Councillor Eyre.
Against.
Councillor Baker. Against. Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor Craghill. Councillor Crawshaw.
Definitely for.
Councillor Cuthbertson.
Against.
Councillor de Gorne. Councillor Dauburnay.
Against.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fenton.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. For. Councillor Heaton.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
Against.
Councillor Hook. Councillor Hunter. Councillor Kilbane.
For.
Councillor Lomas. For. Councillor Looker. For. Councillor Mason. Councillor Melly. For. Councillor Musson. For. Councillor Myers.
For.
Councillor Orrell. Councillor Pavlovic. Councillor Pearson.
Against.
Councillor Perrott. For. Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman.
Against.
Councillor Smalley. Councillor Dave Taylor.
For.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
For.
Councillor Vassey.
Against.
Councillor Waller.
Against.
Councillor Waters.
For.
Councillor Wardby. Against. Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Wells.
Definitely for.
Councillor Widdowson.
Against.
Lord Mayor.
Against.
Yeah.
18 and 24.
Yeah.
18 and 24. And no abstentions.
There were 18 votes for, there were 24 votes against, and there were no abstentions. That concludes our voting on each specific option referred to us by Audit and Governance Committee. I'll now take a name vote on Councillor Pavlovic's altered motion, which is to approve the adoption of the revised constitution in its entirety on the 26th of May to align with the date of annual council. So again, when your name is called, please indicate whether you wish to vote in favour of this motion, or of course against it, or abstain. Again, if you'll record the vote, please.
Councillor Aston.
For.
Councillor Eyre.
For.
Councillor Baker.
For.
Councillor Barker. Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Craghill. Councillor Crawshaw.
No reflection on Councillor Pavlovic's excellent work, but against.
Councillor Cuthbertson.
For.
Councillor de Gorne. Councillor Dauburnay.
For.
Councillor Douglas. Councillor Fenton.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitzpatrick. Against. Councillor Heaton.
Against.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
Councillor Hook.
For.
Councillor Hunter.
For.
Councillor Kilbane.
I was going to wait till it came on. Against.
Councillor Lomas.
Sadly, against.
Councillor Looker.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Melly.
Against.
Councillor Musson. Councillor Myers.
Against.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Pavlovic.
With sadness against.
Councillor Pearson.
For.
Councillor Perrott.
Against.
Councillor Rowley.
For.
Councillor Runciman. Councillor Smalley.
For.
Councillor Dave Taylor.
For.
Councillor Callum Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Vassey.
For.
Councillor Waller.
For.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Wardby. For. Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wells.
Against.
Councillor Widdowson.
For.
Lord Mayor.
For.
Yep.
2616.
Thank you. The result was there being 26 votes for, 16 against. The motion therefore is carried. The revised constitution is approved for adoption, incorporating the specific options councillors voted upon this evening, agreed separately. All of this for implementation on 26th of May, our annual council. This concludes the section on the Constitution. We move on to the next item, the recommendation of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee. And so I invite Councillor Orrell, as chair of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee, to move the recommendation with respect to the statement of licensing policy and cumulative impact assessment as set out in the minute at pages 81 to 84 of the council papers. Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Move the recommendations, and in addition, I'd like to thank all the officers for all the work they've put into this and considerable amount of work to bring this to council this evening.
Thank you. May I have a seconder?
Seconded. Formally seconded.
Councillor Melly declared an interest in it. We shouldn't be there.
Ah. Indeed. Thank you for the reminder.
Just Councillor Melly just needs to leave the room.
Thank you. Hope you find a warmer spot. So we've had a seconder. Does anyone wish to debate the recommendation, or is council happy to agree it? Don't see anybody wanting to debate this. Therefore, I assume that we're happy to agree. Can we do that by a show of hands, please? Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? I don't see. Thank you. Any abstentions that I might otherwise miss? Thank you. Thank you. Do invite Councillor Melly back in. We'll now move to our next item. Pay policy 2022-2023. Item 13 on the agenda is the report at page 85 of the council papers. This seeks council's approval for the pay policy statement for 2022 to 2023. And I invite the leader, Councillor Aspden, if he will please move the recommendation in that report.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor de Gorn. Does anyone wish to debate this, or is council happy to agree?
Councillor Melly. Councillor Melly, she's back in the room.
Welcome back. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Although City of York Council is a registered living wage employer, there's a council pay grade below real living wage. People in that pay bracket are paid a wage below real living wage and currently receive a supplement to top up their pay. This sends the message that there are people who deserve a lower wage and that we would pay them a poverty wage if we weren't obliged to pay them more. It suggests that we don't value people's time and labour properly. It could impact on people's ability to obtain mortgages or rental properties. It could impact on people's ability to negotiate pay at future job roles. As a real living wage employer, we should be setting a better example and raise all rates of basic pay to real living wage or higher.
Are any other members wanting to debate this? No, I don't see any other hands. So again, we'll vote this with a show of hands. Those in favour, please. Those against, please put your hands down. Any votes against or abstentions? That seemed to be unanimous. Thank you. One abstention. Thank you for that. I think we've now reached a point just to have a breath. I'm not going to adjourn at this point, but you might want to have a stretch just for a moment. And literally just to stand up and sit down again. Literally just to stand up and sit down. I know it's difficult sitting in the same position for a long time. Some of us need to just move our joints or try and warm up a little. So we come to the motions on notice, and we'll move to consider the 4 motions submitted under Standing Order 22.1. These are included in the list of notices of motions and amendments contained in the agenda supplement. So the first of these is York stands with Ukraine. The motion relates to York's solidarity with Ukraine, and I invite Councillor Smalley, if you will, to move that motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I believe I speak for us all in this room when I say we were all horrified and dismayed at the invasion of Ukraine and the bloodshed and suffering which continues just 1,400 miles away from us here. In these incredibly dark times, it has been heartening to see York's response as we have come together to show our support and solidarity with our Ukrainian friends here in York and in Ukraine. From donations and heartwarming signs of solidarity to pledges to house refugees, it is clear that as a city, we are united and ready to do all we can to support those fleeing this unimaginable danger. The Council is working with partners and established networks to ensure we have the right systems in place. And with Migration Yorkshire, the regional migration partnership coordinating the Yorkshire-wide response, it is in place to provide information on the next steps in the process. Currently, as we've already heard tonight, around 60 Ukrainians have arrived in York, with more expected this week. I'd like to take the chance to thank all those in the city who are involved in these efforts, particularly those who have pledged to house refugees, and then especially the York City of Santry group, from whom we heard from earlier in this meeting. I'd like to echo Paul's praise of council officers, particularly those in the housing, customers and communities teams, for all they've done. They've literally dropped their work and rushed to those in need, from processing houses very quickly to fitting things like smoke alarms where they're not in current properties, to make sure that there is absolutely no delay in housing refugees. Whilst this work is taking place, the government's response as this humanitarian disaster has been unfolding has been inefficient, insufficient and chaotic, with councils, voluntary sector partners and most importantly those Ukrainians seeking refuge often being left in the dark. Details of support schemes and funding have been slow to be released, and we've been waiting weeks for information to progress with York's work. I should say that those payments are already being made even when the council isn't getting that financial resource from the government. Councils across the country are key in helping families settle into their communities and access public services, including schools, public health, and other support such as access to trauma counselling. The motion tonight is a small gesture of solidarity which would reaffirm our support for our friends in Ukraine and all those impacted by this horrific war. The leader of the council, Lord Mayor, and I had the pleasure back in November to meet the Mayor of Lviv and his colleagues as we discussed the challenges and opportunities facing our two cities. Our links with Lviv and Ukraine are strong, and we are standing with our friends now. In a show of solidarity with Lviv, we are also seeking to begin the process of adopting Lviv as York's sister city. Both York and Lviv are thriving cities known for their cultural and historic richness and common day-to-day challenges such as flooding. There's much we can learn from each other, and strengthening our links both now is a sign of support as well as in the longer term. I hope colleagues will join me in supporting this motion to send a clear signal of support and solidarity with Ukraine and all those affected by this appalling war.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hook.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's clearly hard for all of us to watch the horrific scenes coming out of Ukraine. The bloodshed and destruction, especially the murder and torture of innocent civilians, is something we all wished we would never have to witness. My last holiday was to Ukraine, so it has a special place in my heart. I still remember the people I met there with such vividness. It's heartbreaking to see the lives of those same people and their amazing cities destroyed. We visited the beautiful cities of Kyiv, where a mural on Maiden Square read, "Freedom is our religion." Lviv, which has seen so much suffering in the last century that it is devastating to think it might suffer again. And Odessa, founded by Catherine the Great, where we climbed the infamous Potemkin steps. We got very close to the famous reactor at Chernobyl, where workers have been put at risk. We even went down into a decommissioned nuclear bunker and saw the missiles which had been pointing at London. In one museum, we were told they had wonderful things from every era of Ukraine's history, except one, the Mongol invasion. Sadly, it seems that Ukraine is facing another period of destruction, one where the aggressor seeks to break up this proud country. During my holiday, I also visited Moldova, the poorest country in Europe. Ever since the conflict began, the Moldovans and their neighbours, the Poles and Romanians, have been putting the UK government to shame, welcoming huge numbers of Ukrainian refugees with open arms. Many of us undoubtedly share the feeling of absolute helplessness in the face of this horrific violence. I believe that, like Moldova, we must turn our words and feelings into actions, whether that be donating, marching, but above all, welcoming desperate refugees into our communities. At long last, Ukrainian refugees are beginning to enter the UK, and as a community, the people of York are doing our best to make our guests feel welcome. But there is room in our hearts and homes to invite many more Ukrainians to take refuge in the UK, if only the governmental will was there to remove red tape and speed up the process. Clearly, tonight's motion will not solve the crisis or stop the horrendous suffering of millions in Ukraine, but it's so important that we stand together and as a council and city do all we can to support those who need our help the most. Some of these actions can be found in this motion, such as working with partners to support refugees, divesting from many Russian state-backed companies, and supporting Ukrainians here in York. But we all individually can continue to do our bit by not letting this war or the suffering of the Ukrainian people become normalized by the rolling news coverage, by donating and by urging our government to do more.
Please close.
I hope that all councillors will support this motion, and on a personal note, I sincerely hope to be able to return to Ukraine very soon.
Thank you. I'm looking for just a brief show of hands of those who might want to contribute. The first one I saw was Councillor Carr, then Councillor Daubney. Councillor Carr, then Councillor. I've got you. Councillor Carr.
Beg your pardon, I thought you were referring to one of the members over there. I'm in two minds whether to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Members wouldn't necessarily know from my name that I'm a son of a Polish soldier who fought with the British 8th Army in World War II and settled in Britain after the war. I therefore feel the bloodied and twisted hand of Eastern European geopolitics and Russian imperialism gripping my shoulder, probably tied to the most in this room. And I'm old enough, at 72 years old, to remember this dismal sequence on TV news. Hungary in 1956, the Berlin Wall in 1963, Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Polish martial law in 1981 under a Russian puppet regime, and now Ukraine in 2022. And where else will the Kremlin decide to go? So whatever we as a city and as a country can do to aid the victims thereof and disrupt this latest brutal, mendacious and pointless piece of Russian adventurism will receive my fullest support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daubney and then Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's not much I can add to that which has not already been said by colleagues. However, this is a dangerous, tragic and difficult time. But our feelings of sadness and helplessness cannot be compared to those felt by millions across Ukraine. Those fleeing to neighboring countries to escape the atrocities, or the brave men and women who have stayed behind to either fight the Russian troops and tanks or who are taking shelter in bunkers, cellars and subway stations. Or indeed the Russian people who are not responsible for this war, many of whom bravely speak out against it, thousands of whom have been arrested by the Russian state for taking part in peaceful protest. Beyond the heroism, this war has also reminded us that peace, stability and democracy cannot be taken for granted, and that we must support and value the international bodies such as the United Nations and NATO, which are continuing to safeguard and advance democracy, mutual security, and economic prosperity across Europe and beyond. Every time I pass the Mansion House and the Ukrainian flag, which is proudly flying above it, I'm reminded of York people's response to this tragic war, which has been both inspiring and heartwarming. Whilst we may be 1,500 miles away from the atrocities of the war, our hearts and thoughts are with our friends in Ukraine, experiencing the unimaginable horrors and tragedy of war. We must ensure we turn our warm words into actions and stand with the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Labour Group will be supporting the motion to stand with Ukraine and its people in their fight to maintain democracy and self-determination as a nation. As to be expected, the residents of York have shown compassion and generosity in response to the plight of the Ukrainian people. We also support all efforts to divest City of York Council from any financial interests it may hold in Russian companies and investments. We applaud the work of all those in the city who are trying to help, particularly council officers who are trying to put things into place, and also the City of Sanctuary that we heard about tonight. However, we feel that more thought could have been exercised on the part in which the administration had chosen the city in Ukraine to offer a twinning invitation to. Whilst it was entirely appropriate and indeed befitting of the City of York and the Civic Party to welcome a delegation from Lviv, it does not necessarily follow that they should be the city we suddenly extend a twinning invitation to. All the appropriate criteria involved in the twinning process should have been completed before a rushed announcement. For example, there are cities in the east of Ukraine desperately in need. We know that Lviv is already twinned with another city in the UK. So really, we feel that more thought could have gone into the history of the city, the history that we may or may not have in common, the size, characteristics, etc. So the Labour Group will be supporting this motion to stand with Ukraine and its people, but we feel there is an element of virtue signalling on the part of the administration in pursuing a twinning arrangement at this very difficult time when we really should be concentrating on the other types of support that we've heard about this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make one final very short point, that of course it's really important that we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and I echo Councillor Daubney's point about the people of Russia who have inadvertently been caught up in this as well. But I think it's also very important that we don't lose sight of people around the world who are caught up in conflict zones, Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria. There are many, many parts of the world that are suffering from the same sorts of atrocities that we're seeing on our TV screens at the moment from Ukraine. And I think it's really important that as a city of sanctuary, we are clear that people fleeing any and all war zones are welcome. And York says that refugees are welcome here.
Thank you. Councillor Smollett, do you wish to reply?
Just a few things, Lord Mayor, although I appreciate we've got a lot of business to get through. Just to thank everyone who's spoken in that debate there and the public speaker at the start, and particularly thanks to Councillor Carr for sharing that family history and bringing the events in Ukraine even closer to us this evening. To Councillor Daubney for that good point in terms of separating our protest at the actions of the Putin regime from the Russian people, who are a peaceful people and don't want this war. And Councillor Hook for sharing that lived experience of travelling around Ukraine. And I think I will certainly be booking a holiday as soon as possible, and this is safe to do so when Ukraine is liberated from the Russian aggressors. And to Crawshaw, to Councillor Crawshaw, apologies, I completely agree. We are a city of sanctuary, a council of sanctuary. Refugees are always welcome in York, and yes, anyone fleeing conflict will be welcome in our city. And Councillor Fitzpatrick, I'll stay on thanking the Labour Group for their support for this motion. And I was pleased to be on BBC Radio York about a month ago with the Deputy Mayor of Lviv, who welcomed us twinning, as sister sitting with them, and said how pleased they were to hear our kind offer of solidarity. And then finally, Lord Mayor, before I wrap up, I think probably it's my age, but I think you always assume that history is a sort of progress, is one linear line to progress. And I think that's sort of where I guess my politics is shaped from. And the events of the last few months and year has really shaken that. And a reminder, I guess, to us all, such as this motion tonight, that those who support peace and a peaceful world, we always have to fight for it and can't take it for granted. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move to the vote. We'll not be taking a named vote on this. Please raise your hands when I ask in a moment to indicate whether you wish to vote for, against, or abstain in relation to this motion. All those wishing to vote for, please raise your hands. I think that's unanimous, but we'll be sure when we've asked if there are any votes against. Please, if you're voting against, please raise your hand. And if there are any abstentions? No. NEMCON. For the benefit of all members, the time now is 21:45. Our guillotine would be 22:31 with our definite and
22:41. You have to give 10 minutes notice.
yes, but 22:41
Is the guillotine?
is the end and 31 is the guillotine.
No, that's a 10-minute notice that the guillotine falls at 22:41. You have to give 10 minutes before the guillotine in the rules.
You know what I meant. Whatever we do, we'll be finished by 22:41. We've got 10 minutes notice of that. End fuel poverty in York. I invite Councillor Perrott to move the second motion, which relates to ending food poverty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My first attempt at writing this speech involved waiting until the Chancellor's spring statement came out to see if measures would be announced that would help people struggling with fuel poverty. Obviously, this council meeting was then delayed, so that's slightly less topical now. But in the intervening weeks, neither the urgent level of need to help residents with rising fuel costs nor the government's abysmal level of support have improved. I remain disappointed but not surprised that the government have not grasped the urgency of this situation. The people of York face a cost of living crisis that might more accurately be termed a cost of living with this out-of-touch government crisis, because this government could do far more, especially for those on the lowest incomes, and I urge every councillor to support this motion to do our best locally to ease the burden in the absence of national action. Increasing the household support fund might sound good, but let's not forget that providing money to be used for discretionary funding is very different to having an effective rather than punitive social security system that we can rely on to meet our most basic needs to heat and to eat. When Martin Lewis, the money-saving expert, tells us there are no more tools for him to share to help people, when he says it isn't something money management can fix, we need political intervention, it's a real time for us to step up. Every plan, every scheme we already had in place to tackle fuel poverty, we must adapt, scale them up, provide more help more quickly. Joseph Rowntree Foundation analysis on the impact of rising energy costs on household budgets found that once housing costs are paid, £1 in every 5 from low-income family budgets will go on energy costs this year. That average low-income family is facing an £850 increase on their energy bill annually. We know that more than 2,000 extra households in York fell into fuel poverty in the last 4 years, and in a city that's already expensive to live in, our residents simply cannot afford these fuel price hikes. Those in fuel poverty are seeing standing charges increasing and pushing them closer to destitution before they're even forced to make those cruel decisions, whether they can manage without switching the heating on or having a shower or boiling a kettle. Food bank users are turning down potatoes because they can't afford the energy cost to cook them. I want to thank the public speakers for their challenge to this motion. Obviously, there are always far more things that we could be doing, and I realise that the 2030 target is a long way off. So, you know, I do agree that we need more urgency on both this and the climate emergency. I've also had some challenge about why this is a motion about fuel poverty and why be specific when the problem is actually just poverty. And to a large extent, I do agree with that. More money in the pockets of those who are less well off would be ideal. We'd eliminate fuel poverty, food poverty, child poverty, bed poverty, period poverty, all those labels that make each one seem like an individual isolated issue rather than a monstrously unjust systemic one. But I don't have a silver bullet for us to tackle all forms of poverty tonight. What we have is a motion that is aimed at lessening the specific impact of fuel poverty, one that's based on the work of the End Fuel Poverty Coalition, one that's filled with some practical actions we can take locally to protect and to speak up for those who are facing sleepless nights, not just due to the worry, but as everybody who's quite cold in this meeting will know, it affects your concentration. You know, they cannot live their lives as we would want them to. Do much more, and we can be ambitious ourselves and make sure we take every action possible locally to protect our residents from the worst of these fuel price hikes by providing more accessible advice, going to where people currently are, improving the energy efficiency of housing stock and maximising the take-up of benefit entitlements. I ask you all to support this motion.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Pavlovic, do go ahead if you would like to do so.
Yeah, it's me again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Perrott for proposing this motion, and I'm honoured to second it. Rarely could a motion to council have been more timely or more relevant than this one. If there were 12,000 York households in fuel poverty in 2019, when the average combined fuel bill was £1,360 per year, from April 22, when utility bills will be well over 2,200, many thousands more will find themselves in genuine need. As a recent report to the Executive Member for Housing stated, residents will face significant financial stress and increased levels of ill health as a consequence of these unprecedented increases in fuel bills, and also at the same time inflationary pressures and higher food bills and national insurance rises. This will lead to not only poor health and well-being outcomes, but also, I fear, early deaths. It's the poorest in our communities that will bear the brunt of this. Those on low wages or unwaged, including pensioners, will be terrified of what the future holds for them and will be left with making choices that no one should have to make. A choice between heat or eat is not one anybody should be having to make in this city. I heard recently of a council tenant who was found with hypothermia after being too frightened to use his gas and electricity. We cannot allow that to become commonplace in York. We need to act and act quickly. 2,500 council homes in York are below an EPC C energy efficiency rating, and this administration can do more to help those households. Excuse me. A plan to retrofit 28 homes and to commission research into the scale of the problem isn't going to cut it, I'm afraid. The cost of living crisis is unfolding before you now, and it's on your watch, and you need to significantly upscale these plans to make more homes energy efficient and therefore cheaper to heat. Identifying those households most in need, pensioners, and those with severe health problems requiring additional warmth should be your priority, and focusing energy efficiency improvements for them would mean that you can improve health outcomes and save people from suffering unduly. Labour can't do it for you in 2022. We need to wait until we're in power. But you're in power today, and the £2 million allocated to energy efficiency needs to be targeted at those most in need. This is not a time for scoping exercises. It's a time to urgently develop a strategic plan to help people now.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm honoured to second this motion.
So we're open to debate. Do I have any members who wish to contribute here? Councillor Craghill.
Ah, it's working now. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do very much welcome this motion, and the Green Group is, of course, very happy to support it. I'm sure we're all very aware that the huge hikes in fuel prices are a massive challenge for most people, but particularly for those who were already struggling with low household incomes. I do particularly welcome two key points in the motion: the need to do everything possible to maximise household incomes, and that's something we were discussing today with all our partners in the city through the Financial Inclusion Steering Group, and how we can make immediate plans and longer term plans for that. And that alongside the absolutely key role that energy efficiency retrofit can play. There is no more affordable, low carbon or secure form of energy than the energy you don't need to use at all, because your home is well insulated and draft proof, meaning it's also warm and comfortable with a low level of energy use. The request for a strategy and action plan to end fuel poverty by 2030 very much supports and sits well alongside the work that the council is currently doing. Our retrofit action plan for the council and for the city will be published shortly for consultation and then for adoption, hopefully later in the year. It builds on work already underway on improving the energy efficiency of council housing stock, levering in an additional 5.5 million of government retrofit funding across housing tenures. Also being a leading authority on enforcing existing regulations on energy efficiency and property standards in the private rented sector, and working with partners in the community sector and at the regional level to develop much needed advice, information and guidance services. Reducing carbon emissions and tackling fuel poverty go absolutely hand in hand, and achieving both is absolutely crucial. This year, we have commissioned pieces of work looking at how we ensure that measures that reduce carbon are also most effectively helping to improve comfort and reduce fuel bills. For example, air source heat pumps are most effective when insulation is as good as possible. Understanding where those thresholds are and how we should approach different archetypes is an important, very important way of moving forward as effectively as possible. And those pieces of work will be reporting very soon.
If you could draw to a close.
Sorry, deeper forms of retrofit at scale can't be done overnight. They need significant investment and the development of local supply chains. Unfortunately, as the motion says, the soaring increases in fuel prices are hitting us now. And as we move towards next winter, the work we've commissioned will also help us to develop a plan for winter 2023 focused around quick wins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
ran out of time.
I'm afraid
I
so,
didn't time
yes.
that properly, apologies.
Okay,
But very much support the motion anyway.
thank you. Councillor Eyre, then Councillor Looker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let me begin by saying the Liberal Democrat Group will be supporting this motion. Fuel poverty, particularly in these times of the cost of living crisis, is a national emergency that's spiralling out of control. Sadly, there are already people who face a stark choice between whether they heat their home or eat a meal that day. The leader and myself were at the meeting with a lot of frontline staff this morning, and it was so disappointing to hear the level of this issue being raised by them across staff teams that haven't necessarily been involved with us. And I think back to when the rising mental health crisis came, and it was probably first noticed across those agencies that didn't deal with mental health, suddenly realizing how serious mental health was, the police example. This has been the same. This issue is touching across all of our council services, be that customer services, be that income support, whether it's support workers or benefits advisors. It really is touching on pretty much every member of council staff at the moment. This is exactly why we made sure to include targeted support for those on the lowest incomes in the city in our budget. This included both the extension of the fuel voucher scheme as well as a major boost to the York Financial Assistance Fund. The figures featured in this motion are truly shocking, and I'm happy to say that some progress is already being made on some of the issues that are being raised. My colleagues have discussed and will discuss the extent of the work going on to improve council housing energy efficiency. But I'm glad to say that particularly through the last few years, we have focused on supporting residents facing financial struggles through extensive financial inclusion work. The actions and plans necessary to tackle fuel poverty will also play a significant role in our financial inclusion strategy work going forwards. This, together with extensive work on improving energy efficiency standards, will go some way towards addressing the crisis. But we must unfortunately be realistic in our ambitions. Setting ambitious targets is welcome, but we need to recognise that fuel poverty will not be eradicated by the work of this council alone. There is far more that central government must do to enable councils to work on this in the first place. We must also recognise the complexity of poverty and look to address it in a more holistic manner, with an overall aim to support people into a position where they're out of poverty, in good employment, with affordable and energy efficient homes. All of this requires a fundamental shift in national policy, a better financial context, and more than a few years of work. Having said that, it's crucial that we do continue the work that's being carried out now, and as much of it featured in this motion. The Liberal Democrat will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Looker.
Thank you very much. It is an absolute truth that one of the basics for making sure people are healthy is not the provision of hospitals, doctors, or medicine. It is the provision of safe, warm housing and enough money to live on. Poverty and all the antecedents that go with poverty is the bane of our health and the health of our systems within this country. And I have been very particularly struck just recently, as I'm sure Councillor Runciman has, by the appalling disparity statistics that have come through just recently around the life expectancy of women. Women at the more comfortable end of society will live possibly 10 or more years longer than women who live in poverty. And those women live not very much, are at the bottom of the international scale. Those women rank just above the statistics of life expectancy in Mexico. Now, I think that is a damning statistic for a country that is ostensibly as wealthy as this one. And fuel poverty is a part of that. The choice that so many women with young children make to whether they eat or their children eat, whether they keep the heating on or whether they feed themselves, is a terrifying and an appalling situation. And we should, all of us, be ashamed that we are living in societies that are letting this happen. This is not something that the City Council can solve on its own, but resolutions like this, which will, I hope, send a message out and will alert everybody that we care that these situations are there, that we will do all that is within our power to alleviate these situations. And I hope that we will, as a society, wake up to the fact that we should not be living in a situation where there is such a disparity between the life expectancies of women, depending whether they are fortunate enough to live in a relatively comfortable situation or whether they are struggling to keep themselves and their children housed, warm and fed. So yes, we will support, obviously, this motion needs support.
Councillor Widdowson, then Councillor Taylor, Callum Taylor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Clearly, as the motion recognises, energy efficiency and fuel poverty are intrinsically linked. Put simply, making homes both greener and warmer is a win-win plan for those struggling the most as well as for our environment. Over 60% of the total emissions in York are generated through buildings, with a roughly even split between homes and commercial buildings. So I'm glad to say that energy efficiency plays a major role in our current actions as well as our plans to tackle carbon emissions across the city. This includes improving energy efficiency in existing buildings by insulating and investing in fabric improvements to reduce energy demand, as well as reducing emissions from new buildings by designing and building energy efficient homes. The climate change strategy sets objectives around carbon reduction in buildings. Objective 2.1 states improve energy efficiency in existing buildings, insulating and investing in fabric improvements to reduce energy demand. And Objective 2.3 states move away from gas heating systems, increase the uptake of renewable heating systems and improve the efficiency of gas boilers. The strategy is underpinned by the core principle of building inclusive, healthy and sustainable communities that supports individuals who need it the most. So I'd like to think that we are very much on the right path when it comes to addressing fuel poverty holistically in the longer term. However, clearly those stuck in freezing homes without the resources to heat them won't be made any warmer by these plans now. The financial inclusion work being carried out to support those on the lowest income is crucial when it comes to providing that immediate help. But once again, councils can only go so far whilst being financially stretched to their limits. So it's important that the motion recognises the role that the government must play in addressing this crisis. Regarding the national policy lines, I'm glad to see that the Labour group is embracing the way of their national party, who only took 5 days to adopt the Lib Dem policy on tackling rising energy bills. With that said, I'm happy to support this motion.
Councillor Callum Taylor, I'm going to make this the last one. I know other members have been catching my attention, but given the hour.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. It's a good motion, absolutely welcome it. Thank you, Councillor Perry. I think some of the speeches from exec members have been a little bit too mealy-mouthed, and I don't think they quite grasp the urgency. They are right to look at national policy, got all the time in the world for that.
But one thing I want to raise is a specific issue that we've only just found out about today by the head of communications. And it relates to a couple of the bullet points in Conference Resolves A. And that's that we've been told today that the application form for people who don't pay their council tax by direct debit will only be hosted online. Now that's something that the council can commit to changing tomorrow. That form, one piece of paper, could be sent out across the whole city. It's £150 off people's bills. It's a government scheme. It's a very small scheme, don't get me wrong. But the whole purpose of that was to help with people's energy bill pressures. That's £150. Digital first is fine, but this is another example of us slipping into digital only, and it leaves behind the elderly, it leaves behind the poor, it leaves behind the vulnerable, and it's just a really quick fix. Let's get this form sent out. It meets some of the resolves in this motion. It's 150 quid. It's definitely going to go into people's pockets who are entitled to it. That's all I've got to say. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Perrott, do you wish to reply at this point?
I will very briefly, just
Please.
to thank everyone for their support, Lord Mayor. So I do acknowledge the enormous amount of work that is already happening in the city and thank everyone involved in that, whether in the public sector or in the voluntary and community sector. And I would just urge, if anybody is in a fortunate enough position to give any money to those organisations working to alleviate poverty, please do consider doing so.
Thank you, and I appreciate you keeping your response brief. So we'll take a vote on the motion. Please raise your hands when I ask in a moment if you wish to vote for, against, or abstain. All those wishing to vote for the motion. Looks unanimous. Thank you. Any votes against? Any abstentions? No, that was everybody. Thank you. Sorry, just bear with me. Councillor Baker, you were voting for? Yes. We're just a late hand there. You'll appreciate that we don't have a great deal of time to get through what remains of this agenda, so I would appreciate it if at all possible we keep things brief through the next item. But I invite Councillor Runciman to move the third motion relating to York's dental crisis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As it happened, I went to the dentist this morning. It used to be an NHS dentist, but not anymore. It's now private and I have to pay for the treatment that I need. It's a sad situation that we have to consider a motion about NHS dentistry and the crisis it's in York as proposed by our group. The situation in the pandemic has been unprecedented. Many of us have had residents contacting us and telling us of their troubles in accessing dental care through the NHS. The situation here in York and across the whole country is almost at breaking point. From the research by Health Watch presented to the Health and Wellbeing Board in January, we know that some people travel 50 miles and more for an appointment. Others have used up their savings to pay for private treatment or have even gone overseas, while a handful, we were told, have resorted to agonizing DIY methods as a last resort. NHS dentistry waiting lists in the city are now topping 10,000. Health Watch York's report shows that only 59% of York residents it surveyed had an NHS dentist. In 2018, that was 84%. But even so, most adults in York have not been able to see a dentist in the previous 24 months. The situation regarding children is even more worrying. Bad teeth can cause poor eating habits, poor speech, and poor socialization, as children struggle to live normally and can be bullied because of the state of their teeth. The problem is becoming even worse as dentists leave the NHS. Almost 1,000 have left across England last year, 30 of them in York, while others are considering leaving. And it's not surprising. The pressure they've been under for years now is worse than ever. Despite this, their efforts to keep services going in the pandemic are commendable. Sadly, the reality is that NHS dental care has collapsed
here and across the country, not because of them, but because the system is broken. It's no wonder that professionals are choosing to leave. The pandemic has a role to play, but the roots of the issue were there well before COVID struck. NHS dental services have been left underfunded and overstretched for more than a decade. The pivotal 2006 decision by the then Labour government to establish a new dental contract based on a dysfunctional and demoralising target-driven system is at the heart of it. And I'm glad to see many MPs recognise this. It's shameful that the government has allowed this situation to spiral out of control, and something now needs to happen to change it. I'd like to thank everyone who's been working on this. We all recognise the level of urgency and must keep up the pressure to reform and adequately fund NHS dentistry. There are now opportunities to do this through the integrated care system, and I will make the case for these reforms at every chance I have. Having the backing of all members tonight will make that case stronger. Please support the motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor Vassie.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will let Weldrake Ward residents have their voices heard. Witness 1, Catherine. This crisis predates COVID. Cannot find a dentist willing to accept NHS patients for love nor money in York. An acquaintance was advised that the nearest emergency NHS treatment was in Scarborough. It's scandalous. Witness 2, Phil. We moved from Leeds to Weldrake in 2020. Tried to register at a York practice. The waiting list was quoted in years. We had a baby in July 21. Must have called 10 dentists, but couldn't get him registered. Eventually got him registered privately. Witness 3, Hiker. I was booked in with my dentist for a checkup. Then when they opened again, I was told appointments were cancelled twice. Then I was told the dentist doesn't do NHS anymore. My son and I haven't had checkups since before COVID. Witness 4, Sophie. My husband has been on multiple waiting lists for 2 years and we've heard nothing. My dentist won't see my 2-year-old son. Witness 5, Adele. I moved to York in 2018, ended up with an emergency appointment in Doncaster, and that dentist said everyone travels there from York just for checkups. Witness 6, Joanne. My dad is a pensioner, moved to York 3 years ago, still waiting for an NHS dentist. Witness 7, Jenny. We use my dentist in Pocklington. I'm able to go for my checkups, but my disabled husband is a wheelchair user and cannot use the upstairs surgery. Witness 8, Charlotte. Lived here 10 years, still have to go to the dentist in Ilkley. Witness 9, Sheridan. My husband left the army after 25 years service. He cannot get an NHS dentist. I feel for dentists. It's a business at the end of the day, and they're struggling to survive. But this is a crisis for the NHS, and the long-term impact is unimaginable. Last month, an NHS employee told me that she'd been obliged to pay £5,000 for dental treatment in the past year alone. I get
30
it.
seconds.
I've had to spend £2,000 myself in the past year, and my 89-year-old dad can't get NHS dentistry. And many of you will have your own stories. It's like we've slipped back in time 100 years. As Carol Runciman has said, NHS dentistry has collapsed. I don't blame the dentist. The dental contract, to use a technical term, sucks. Instead of writing off, I'm finishing, thank you, Lord Mayor. Instead of writing off the billions spent on PPE kit that was not even suitable and letting energy companies make billions from surging fuel prices, the government should be recovering the stolen PPE money, imposing a windfall tax.
Thank you, Councillor.
And doubling the dental contract.
Thank you.
Support the motion.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Douglas to move an amendment to the motion as set out in the supplementary papers. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will keep my speech short so that we can get through the business of the evening.
I appreciate
But
it.
it's important to say on the amendment that we put forward that the unacceptable and long-running challenges facing York residents who need dentistry treatment and want to do the right thing by attending regular preventative checkups are well documented. The current situation simply cannot go on, and systems must be given a root and branch overhaul as a matter of urgency. As Councillor Runciman pointed out, and Rachel Maskell has a number of times in the Commons as well, the absolutely abysmal statistics on the availability of treatment for our York residents is just dreadful. So this amendment looks to support the substantive motion while at the same time acknowledging the extensive and tremendously important work that Rachel Maskell has been carrying out in Westminster, the place where any positive change to the provision of dentistry services in York must be initiated. Without this representation in Parliament, the voice of York residents of all ages and backgrounds who are desperate to find a dentist to treat their acute and ongoing dental needs won't be heard in the place where the change we so urgently need must start and be driven from. I send my thanks to York Central MP Rachel Maskell for her work on this tremendously important issue, and I urge you to do the same by supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to offer opportunity to debate the amendment. We do also, sorry, need a seconder for the amendment.
Just
Councillor Look.
formally second.
Thank you. So I invite debate on the amendment. I hope we can keep it brief. Councillor Hollier.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to briefly address the reasons why the Lib Dem group will not be supporting the Labour group amendment. Firstly, Labour's replacement 6 bullet point simply seeks to erase the existence of a Labour government between 2006 and 2010. I appreciate many in Labour's ranks might wish to forget those years. However, it would simply be factually incorrect to omit both that fact and indeed Labour's role in setting up the 2006 system that is the root of many of the current system's issues. This is not just hindsight. At the time, the British Dental Association described it as a shambles and simply a revenue-raising measure. Dentists too voted with their feet, and the fears of an exodus to the private sector was revealed just a year later when the government admitted 2,000 dentists had quit the NHS. I'm sure we all have stories from residents of the issues since faced. I myself, when I recently needed dental care, was told the wait for an NHS appointment was 2 years, but if I paid privately, I could be seen at 9 a.m. the next morning. That is surely not how a civilised dental service should work. Secondly, regarding Ms Maskell's work on the issue, I of course welcome any time and effort put into it by anyone. However, fixing this broken system is simply not a campaign owned or even started by Labour MPs, and it is far too early in the process of fixing this system to start high-fiving individuals. Clearly, this issue goes beyond politics, which is why the original motion recognises the need to work across parties. The proposal adds nothing more than party politics into the motion, so the Lib Dem group will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Looker.
I had hoped this would be a formality to second this motion because I thought it was self-evident that the MP, as we heard from her as part of public participation, has done a huge amount, absolutely huge amount to try and secure recognition of the terrible state of dentistry in the city. And going back to 2010, it just seems to me scraping whatever barrel there may be left to scrape. There seems to me, in my recollections, to have been a Conservative Liberal Democrat administration between the last Labour government and now. And there was certainly, and none of them did anything about dentistry whatsoever. And there has also been a Conservative government since then. 2 possibly, I can lose track, sadly, which are only just beginning to teeter on the recognition that yes, something really does need to be done. So saying you can't support what is a very modest amendment, just because in 2010, Labour did something which probably we all regret, but heavens above, which of us hasn't had a government where we do regret some of the things they did? We're none of us perfect. And I think turning down this amendment on that basis is just sad. We could have been lovely all-party agreement, but never mind.
Move to the vote, Lord Mayor.
Yeah. I'll put this amendment to the vote if council agree. Councillor Runciman, we'll put this amendment to the vote. Those in favour of this amendment, please indicate. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? I think the amendment was defeated. So back to the substantive motion and we debate the motion.
Move to the vote, Chair.
I would be happy to do that. I don't see others disagreeing. Therefore, we move to the vote on this motion. Those in favour? Thank you. It looks like everyone, but we'll be clear as we ask. Any against? Any abstentions? No, that was everyone. Thank you very much. So we've moved to motion 4, end fire and rehire. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to propose this motion to end fire and rehire and make council aware of my register of interests as a member of trade unions. The use of fire and rehire is a scandal, and it gives the right to employers to renegotiate the pay and conditions of their workers and reduce their livelihoods as a result. The Prime Minister described it as unacceptable, and ministers speak against it too. However, the government's twice refused to back the legislation that Labour's brought to the House of Commons, most recently in March this year. My original motion named a company in York, Valio, who have been using this tactic on their workforce. That's not mentioned in the motion presently for legal reasons, but I want council to back this motion. The resolutions contained within it will ensure that Valio gets a letter from council leader and chief officer. They have over 200 employees in their York factory, confectionery, where the workforce are represented by my trade union, the GMB, and in January, Valio sent its York workforce a modernisation plan, in inverted commas, which threatened to dismiss and re-engage. I'm sure they have been well aware of discussions around fire rehire and decided to call it dismiss and re-engage. Workers who are not happy to sign new contracts to reduce their pay, reduce their holiday pay, sick pay. And it's these types of tactics that are not acceptable. They contradict the work of this city, contradict the work of council and our partners when we adopt the Good Employment Charter. And so, therefore, cribbed speech, thanks for getting to this point. I ask you to defend the livelihoods of the people of York, work with trade unions to achieve this, and support this motion. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased to second this motion. I think it's timely and it gives us something positive to say about our ambitions here in York. Namely, that York cares for its residents. Although sadly, it also says a lot for employers like P&O and Valio here in York, that we even have to raise it. We're facing the biggest economic crisis for decades. Labour's previous motion highlighted the number of people already living in fuel poverty, and this is set to rise. People are facing a very real choice of heat or eat. How much more difficult is that made if people are told, unless you take a cut in your wages, you're no longer working here? I've always hated the term human resources. It depersonalises people and puts them on the same footing and of the same value as the cost of machinery, fuel, equipment or components. But people aren't like that. They have lives, families, homes, dreams, and all of these are held together by a simple thread of job security. We all budget, we know what's coming in each week, and many of us spend up to that figure. Your security is built on this, and when it's taken away, everything begins to collapse around you. It's a struggle to feed your family, so you miss out on meals. You can't pay your rent or mortgage, so you lose your home. You have to move somewhere else, so your children lose the security of their school and friends. The constant battle drives you into despair, and your health suffers. The figures are stark. 1 in 4 workers have seen their conditions worsen since the pandemic. 1 in 10 have been forced to apply for jobs on worse pay, terms and conditions. I'm pleased that our council has already signed up to the Good Business Charter. There is nothing in the charter that a good employer wouldn't want to sign up to. What we need is more employers to stand up for their employees, to recognise the value that workers bring, to sign the contract. We also want to make sure we're being honest in our approach. It's not good enough for us as a council to sit back proudly because we've signed the charter if we're using contractors that haven't. So we need to encourage more to sign up. How good would it be if our human rights city also championed workers? Fire and hire is wrong on every level, but for me, it's the fact that it really does take the humanity out of human resources that hurts. So please support the motion and show the people of York we care about people who live and work here. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. An amendment to the motion was submitted by Councillor de Gorn. It is published in the supplementary papers for this meeting, but I've taken advice and I've determined the motion will not be allowed because it does not directly affect services for which the council has responsibility, nor does it directly affect the geographic area of the City of York. So we will move on to invite debate on this motion. I can only see Councillor Lomas. Councillor de Gorn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Workers at the Valio factory, formerly Craven's, just down the road from where I live, they're right now working hard as we speak to produce sweets that many of us might enjoy. There is a proud confectionery history in York, and Craven's was part of that, renowned for humbugs and bonbons and secret recipe sugared almonds. It was founded in 1822, and in the 1860s, one of York's first successful business women, Mary Ann Craven, took over the company. The factory was on the site of the Jorvik Centre in Coppergate until the 50s, when it moved to Low Poppleton Lane, right at the edge of Acombe Ward. It was conveniently next door to the sugar beet factory and formed part of the string of industry stretching along the railway lines to the west of York, from the carriage works, the sugar beet factory, through Ben Johnson's Printworks, and finally Craven's. Craven's sold their business in 1985, and the factory has been operated by different owners since then. Some of the workers there now have been there for decades, and some can trace families with a long history of employment by Craven's. Now, the dedicated and skilled workers are seen as an inconvenience to be fired and rehired, or dismissed and re-engaged on lower pay and lesser terms, or replaced by agency workers. At a time when the cost of living crisis is hitting us all, these workers deserve better. But the action being taken by GMB members at Valio in York is not just about fire and rehire. They also face unsafe working conditions and have described to me being bullied for speaking out. When I visited their picket line, I saw for myself senior managers in high-vis vests lined up across the exit to intimidate any workers who were exercising their lawful right to industrial action. Companies like this think they can get away with these tactics because workers are dispensable and easily replaced, especially at a time when so many are seeking work. We must stand with workers subjected to this practice. In addition to the very well-intentioned proposal for action against P&O, I urge the executive to support workers here in our own city facing the same. Join me in meeting workers to understand what they're facing. Visit the picket lines and experience for yourself the intimidation that workers taking a stand are facing.
Thank you.
It's not enough to jump on the story that's caught national media attention. We must support GMB members taking action on our doorsteps. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. It is beyond 2231, it's 2232. So we're really into the last few minutes. We must be finished by 2241. I will allow one further comment. It was Councillor de Gaunt who caught my eye first, and then we'll put this to the vote.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to express the strong support of the Green Group for this motion and the importance of this council adopting a position strongly defending the rights of trade unions to support their members and prevent arbitrary Dickensian practices such as this. I would have liked to see our amendment add specific reference to the appalling treatment of P&O workers in the recent dramatic use of this practice to replace 800 staff, a practice which sets a unfortunate precedent which should not be allowed to stand, but other employers could choose to follow. However, Brexit may have encouraged employers to increase the use of these sorts of practices, but it's still not just the private sector which has used these in the past. Indeed, some 30 years ago, as a trade union representative, I was fighting against the Labour administration and Sheffield City Council, using it to weaken terms and conditions in a dispute over mileage allowances for employees. So we certainly do need to promote good business charter, fair treatment for workers, and negotiated settlement of any changes to terms and conditions. I urge you to support the motion.
Thank you. So with that, I'm proposing that we move towards the vote, but I know that Councillor Myers has the opportunity to reply if he wishes to do so.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay. So let's move to the vote. All those wishing to vote for this motion, please indicate by raising your hands. Yeah, thank you. All those who wish to vote against, and any abstentions? Thank you. So that was carried. Given that it is now 22:34, clearly there is no time for questions to the leader or executive member for children, young people and education. We will take as moved and seconded, and therefore are able to come to the close of our meeting and finish just a little earlier. But I see Councillor Rothy's trying to attract my attention.
Lord Mayor, I do appreciate the lateness of the hour, but I do have a very urgent question for Councillor Smalley, which is time sensitive. And if you would allow me to make that question.
Given we're in, it's outside the meeting, I'm afraid, given that we're in the last 10 minutes.
Okay, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Maybe it's an issue you could take up outside of the meeting and we can
I have
a
written
response.
to him
Thank you.
and it's not been answered.
So, thank you, members. It's been a very long evening. I'm sure we're all ready to call it a day. I have no urgent business. That concludes the meeting this evening. Thank you.